Bill Gates, Martin Luther King's, population full of Jimmys. What's going on, everyone? Welcome to the Dr. Funk live show. Thank you guys so much for subscribing on YouTube, iTunes, checking us out on Facebook, from everywhere around the world. This is a hit and run style of the show. I didn't want to give you guys too much heads up, but you knew I'd be doing something for today. With everything going on, just wanted really to focus on paying tribute to him, not having it be something for me, but something that you guys need. Today, I guess I'm being a doctor as a therapist, but a therapist is only as good as his colleagues and as good as his mentor. And today, I have a really good colleague that is joining me. And I always appreciate his time. And you can also thank him for being one of the reasons we're doing the show today, because he hit me up on Monday, even though I was thinking about it. Like, hey, man, we need to do a show on Friday. Let's do it. And I was going to invite a bunch of people. I just decided if they stop in, they stop in. We'll see how it goes. Because when you have a colleague like the one I'm about to introduce, you don't really need too many others. And it's been a very long time since I said this, but Scottie, shake something. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the one, the only Scottie Baldwin.
You know, the listening to the introduction, it made me think that you were going to at some point say, it's important, Scottie, that you don't consider yourself my second choice because you were actually my eighth, which is totally fine with me. If I could get Paul Peterson or one of the Revolution members, I probably would. Now, they're not going to be as extemporaneous as I am, so. And their time with Prince didn't cover the amount of time that I did, so maybe I'll be good. We'll see what the fans have to say.
Right. It's good to have you here.
Thanks. It's good to be here on such a day.
Time really is a trick.
Yeah, it is a trick. I knew this was coming up. I knew 7 was coming up. What surprised me was I think you and I spoke when January 21st came up, and that around that time, and that I didn't really see coming. And that to me is personally is a more important date than the day of Prince's passing, is the January 21st, because that was such a special time for me and for my time with Prince. On January 21st, 2016. But it was so 3 months prior to today in 2016. But I understand why fans want to celebrate. I understand the need to talk about Prince and be present in this connection. So I'm happy to do so. I'm excited to do so.
Right. We can stop counting after this year, right?
I think so. I think that's actually probably a good idea. Yeah. This is a special one, though. This is a special year, and it occurs to me that this was the one that people were kind of waiting for, because Prince had a thing with numbers, clearly, and letters, and so I think this is the one we kind of stop. I think it would be a good time to stop counting the years and just count the memories.
Right. It's just been something. I think every year we miss him a little bit more, and it's just mind-boggling because we already miss him a lot. You know.
Yeah, he is missed. I mean, he's missed by not only by the people that knew him and the people that loved him, but by, I think, the industry. The recording industry is weaker without him as part of it. I think artistry is weaker. It's not as good a world without him in it as an artist and as a person in general. So.
Yeah. So, look, we had Dudley D and Matt Bondi put out like your seven favorite Prince songs. I put it out. I helped promote it. I didn't pick any because I can't. No disrespect it's easier for Questlove when you only care about a certain amount of years.
Mm.
But it would be, literally would be changing every 3 minutes. But I like their idea, and they're doing it. I don't know if you can have 7 songs. You know?
I don't know. God, I wouldn't. There's so many. Where would I begin? I mean, different. This is, I don't think, unique to me. There are different songs that mean different, of Prince songs that mean different things to me at different times. So just putting together 7, I'm not really. I'm personally not a fan of lists. I think what's the 3rd smartest state in the U.S.? What's the worst? What's the all those things, rankings kind of. I've never been into that. That's just because I'm not a competitive person by nature. But I do appreciate a lot that people love his songs enough to even rank them, to even consider them.
Right.
What are yours? I mean, what are a couple that come to mind? Or if aliens landed and you had to throw a few at them. I won't say a number, but a few at them to say, hey, listen, this is what we do on the earth. This is what we listen to. This is music. And what would you play for aliens? Oh man,
Can we
have
do
we
it
already
by
gone to aliens?
Can we do it by year?
You can do however you want. Aliens don't care. They don't know. You don't even know if they know what time is.
My easy answer always used to be when he was here, and I've said this before. When people would say, "What's your favorite album? What's your favorite concert?" My answer would always be the next one. And he took that answer away from me, so I can't use it anymore. But it made it easy. Just like people would ask what his favorite song would be, like the next one.
The next one.
So,
But what's funny is that Frank Lloyd Wright, the great American architect, used to say that when people asked him about who's your favorite client to work with. And Frank Lloyd Wright and Prince and I had a conversation about Frank Lloyd Wright. He didn't know who he was. And I said at some point, we were upstairs above the atrium, and we were kind of hanging out over the looking down on the courtyard there. And we were talking about artists that we love. And I said, well, I love an architect named Frank Lloyd Wright. And he said, I've heard of him. And I said, well, yeah, he was the greatest American architect. And if you ask him, he was the greatest architect of all time. And when we were talking about, I was talking about Wright, and I said, it's funny that when someone once asked him, who's your favorite client? And he said, it's always the next one, right? Because as someone who creates art by themselves for others, whether it's a house or a song, your next client, your next song, your next project is always your favorite, because we all know that Prince was very vocal about, you didn't have to be like I was on the inner circle to understand that he didn't like necessarily dealing with the past. He didn't necessarily love doing a bunch of old songs. And but thank goodness he did. Thank God he did do old songs in concert, because he was he was bringing to light all the feelings that we have. So it's hard. I mean, to me, if you haven't put this question to me personally, but I would say hands down for me, it's Purple Rain. And the reason it's Purple Rain is because that's the only song that every time I mixed it, every time I remember, I don't remember mixing it ever and not weeping a little bit. Part of it is because where it was in the set list. Part of it is because I knew the history of the song, and I knew it was recorded August 3rd, 1983, right? It was that famous concert in 83. And that it was, how many artists have their signature song recorded on the date at a live show? Everything had to be right for that to happen, for the crowd not to be yelling, other than that one guy who went, ow, in the middle of the third verse or whatever, which was great, by the way. But people didn't know the song. That's why they weren't cheering a lot. So everything had to fall in place for that magic moment. And I'm glad that the song with which Prince is so close, the most closely associated, was a live song. To me, that means everything, because I, of course, had nothing to do with his studio stuff other than when I was his drum tech, and I was setting up drums for him, I got the drum sounds on a lot of those records in the 90s. It was really about live engineering. And I'm glad that his signature song, the one with the color in it, the one that sort of defines him as an artist, was a live version. You know, some people still don't even know that song was live at First Avenue.
I loved reading a review from Rolling Stone. It wasn't Kurt Loder, but they got it wrong. When they were doing a review of Prince and Revolution Live, the Syracuse, and this was back in 1985, not the remaster, not everything. They said if you want to see better live performances, go watch Purple Rain again. But as you know, it wasn't exactly live on film, but the recording was live.
Yeah, that's right.
And what a show that was. And I can't wait, like January 21st, 2016, can't wait for that to come out.
That's going to be
3rd,
huge. Yeah.
And August 3rd, 1983 as well.
Yes.
Even though it's been circulating on bootleg forever, it's been in terrible quality, poor quality. It's supposed to be clean, remastered, supposed to have a documentary with it. That's all on hold right now, but I'm looking forward to that as well, and a bunch of other stuff that no one else knows about. But I'm appreciative of what we have now. But it reminds me of a conversation I had with him in 2012, because I saw someone tweet about this week. And I just said, you know how frustrating it is that you're the greatest live performer of all time, and there's so few DVDs of you out? And here it is, still remains true. We've had a couple, that have come out since April 21st, 2016, but there still isn't enough. And we know, as great of a studio wizard he was on stage, when you only get that one take sometimes, he made it happen.
Yeah, he did make it happen, yeah.
And you saw it over and over again. You had sometimes the best seats in the house.
Yeah, and what's funny is that it's the it was completely normal for me, and it was normal not just for me, for a lot of people that worked with Prince on a regular basis, and we worked every day. We'd rehearse 5 or 6 days a week in the early 90s. We wouldn't even be on tour. We would just be rehearsing and playing. I liken it to the way that kings used to play chess. Okay, in the medieval period, they would play chess with actual people. They would have a chessboard and the knights would be a guy on a horse. Okay, and they would say knight 7 to rook 4, and they would actually go and walk, and the chessboard was giant on this big field of grass. That's how kings would play chess with one another when they would visit each other. And that was kind of what Prince had going, in a sense, because he had a band that could play live with him every day, and he could just play and get off every day and just go, not have to plan everything out. He had enough money coming in where he could keep people on salary just to play every day. And I can't tell you how exciting it was it didn't seem special at the time, but now in retrospect, it was very special. We were so immersed, so into it, so inside of it, that on a daily basis, these little fires would be lit and we'd put them out. He needs a kit in the rock room. Okay, I go get the kit from Sign of the Times. I drag it into Peach Kit, drag it into the rock room. And now in B, he wanted the Peach Kit. You brought that one in here, so get the blue kit, bring the Sheila kit into B, because he's going to track another song in there. So there were things always happening, people crisscrossing, and I just unearthed one of my closest friends just sent me, who worked with Prince as well in the early 90s as the electronic drum tech, just sent me a whole bunch of videos of us in Paisley Park on the day after Prince left, and we were going to go on tour, and Prince left. So the next day, all of us were at ease, and I brought in my girlfriend at the time, and we brought lunch in, and we ate out on the patio outside of where you come out, where the pinball machines used to be. And I have all this video of all of us at Paisley Park just hanging out, and we were all at ease because Prince wasn't there. It's a really fun video to watch. And and so Prince had this, he was able to play chess on a higher level with people, and then get inspired in rehearsals, and then move it into a studio and record. I mean, that is so, no one, I mean, only, I don't know anything about him, but Tyler Perry, right, he's got a production company that size that he can do in Atlanta where he can actually do these things. But don't tell me that Tyler Perry's come up with a situation comedy and then shooting it the next day. That doesn't happen. Prince was coming up with art and putting it on tape the very day that he came up with it. It was incredible. It was incredible to be a part of that machine. But it was until even after his death that I was able to really push back and see it all for what it was from the outside and see how just how beautiful and big and that machine was and how it was working.
He had so many ideas, whether it was skits that he recorded back in the 80s that ended up all of a sudden becoming a film that hasn't been released. I know 2012, 2013, 2014, I was in talks with Access TV for him for Paisley Park to come out the entire summer. For Access to come out to Paisley Park the entire summer. And they would be there Fridays, Saturdays, Sunday nights. And Prince was going to, at first he was trying to get serious involved with this, but we thought of Access because it being TV. And Anthony Malzone was working for Access TV at the time, the guy who was behind the Lotus Flower website with Scott Addison Clay. And Prince was going to do skits. That's why when you saw like the MPG horns, how they were kind of like dressing as pimps and all these other things, they're going to do it. And he was probably going to be pulling stuff out of the vault. And literally, it was just going to be a takeover of Access TV from like 10 p.m. at night till 4 o'clock in the morning. And for the most part, it would be live, but they would be pulling out stuff that they put in the vault and stuff that he wanted. But it's unfortunate it didn't come to fruition. By the time they really started having a back and forth, it was already like October of 2013. And now we're like, okay, let's try to get it going for 2014. But it's just mind-boggling. When we talked with Jackie one time before, where she was just like, the technology wasn't there at the time. He had all these ideas, and she's like, oh my God, I would have, if that technology existed, I would have never been able to have slept.
It's funny you say that because at one point during rehearsals in about 90, it had to be 90, well, it was either 92 or 93. Prince basically asked all of us, he said, if you bring, I remember him, the words, he said, if you bring me a check, I'll increase your check. And so he was looking for ideas to generate income. So Dave Keffer, the electronic drum tech, and myself, my name was Pekulski back then. So when people look me up in the tour books, they know it was Scottie Pekulski. So Dave and I came up with this idea, and that was back in the days when you would dial, what were they like called, 976 numbers or something? No, not 97, right? Or there was some sort of prefix.
900, yep. And there was
something like that, where we would call a phone number, and then you could listen to things. And I came up with this idea with Dave on how to that people could listen into rehearsals. So I said, listen, let's have people call in on a phone line. We put them on the phone. They call in, they pay per minute, and they can listen to rehearsals. So when we're ready to go, we would literally go live on a phone line, and then people would be able to listen in on rehearsals. And I wrote out the whole idea. Dave and I typed it up and signed it, Scottie and Dave, whatever, and put it at his apartment door. And when we finished that, I put a checklist, knowing how Prince was with his communication. I said, is this a good idea? Yes, no. Is this feasible to do? Yes, no. Like I wrote all these things, and all he had to do was check a box. Yes, no, whatever. And he checked no. He didn't want to do this idea. So, and he made the X very drawn over, right? And he just didn't want to do that idea. I don't think he wanted people to be in on rehearsals, into the creative tinkering, the meandering part of it. I think he wanted to present the songs as they were finished and when they were finished. So it was interesting to me to be able to at least offer an idea. I'm sure Dave and I were the only two who offered an actual monetary idea to him, and it would have made money, believe me. especially now. Can you imagine that if you were able to call up or just call up on your phone, live streaming Prince rehearsals? I mean, he would be making a fortune right now just on those alone. And then let me jump from 92, 93 to 2012. I got a call, or Prince asked me, we need to make an app. Can we make an app? And I said, actually, I've got the perfect guy. I called a friend of mine named Jason Franzen, who at that time lived in Dallas. He lives in Florida now. He was in Dallas, and I'm lifelong friends with his wife, Laura. That's how we met. And Jason's a big Prince fan, and he was a mobile strategist, and he's a designer. He's a brilliant mind, and every bit an artist. And I knew he would be the right guy because he had the tech end and he had the art end. So I called Jason. I said, listen, this is the call. You're going to come up. We're going to think this thing up and present it to him. And Jason came up with a great idea, and we sort of hashed it out. It was his genius idea to come up with an app called One Gig, ONEG1G, 1 gig. And that would be the app. And you could have jam sessions at Paisley Park. And those, you would be able to download those for $19.99 or whatever the price was. And all of that would be on an app. It's right when, who was it? I guess Apple at the time was just allowing third-party apps to sell music. They weren't before that, and they had just released the ability to sell third-party apps that had give third-party apps that could sell music off-site from iTunes. So Jason put this beautiful presentation together. He drove up. He happened to have his Canon 5D camera with him. He brought his whole tech package, checked into the American, got him settled, went to Kinko's, FedEx, got all these, because Prince wanted everything presented to him. You couldn't just tell him the idea. You had to present it to him. So we went in, we met in the conference room. And I told him, hey, Prince, I'll be there at this time or whatever with Jason, with the guy from Dallas. We come in, and I remember stopping Jason this will embarrass him, but I stopped him at the bottom of the stairs, and he was shaking. He was really shaking. And I said, hey, man, don't be nervous. I know this is your hero, but he needs you. You don't need him. He needs you. And we walked up the stairs, and we walked in, and Prince walked in, and Jason met him, and Jason gave him this the whole spiel. Like, here's what we'll do. Here's how it'll look. I think the iPhone 5 had just come out. That sounds right. The iPhone 5, maybe. Somebody will check the math. I think it was around 2012. The iPhone 5 had come out. This is how it'll look on the thing. If you jam with Lenny Kravitz, we can do that. We split the profits with him and his record company. Like, Jason had every question answered, posed and answered. And we gave the whole presentation to Prince, and he liked the idea. And he said, don't you know that all the best stuff that I came up with for Purple Rain wasn't on the album? It's all down there. And he was at the head of the table, of course. He pointed down to his left, which was toward the vault. So he was saying that all the best stuff from Purple Rain is down there. And Jason said, great, then we'll release it. We'll stream it out a little bit at a time. It'll be great. It'll be on your own app. You'll control the pay. Everything will be great. So Jason was there I remember him there for at least 4 weeks. And at one point we had met with Prince, and I don't know if it was just Prince and me or Jason and me and Prince. I don't remember. But at one point we said, hey, we're going to show you this, and Jason has this stuff online. We're going to do an upload test and do a stress test on the servers and get it all ready. And Prince stopped and said, no, that project's dead. That's old technology. The internet is old technology. And he walked away. And Jason looked at me and said, what the hell, man? And I said, I don't know. That was it. It's done. We're done. That project's done. But Jason did end up doing some great work with Prince. He shot the Extra Lovable lyric video, and he edited it in one night. He shot it and edited it in one night, and I'm
Screwdriver.
Sure Screwdriver too, I think. I don't know if Jason shot Screwdriver. He might have.
Wasn't released.
I honestly, in my memory, I don't remember Jason shooting Screwdriver. He would be able to hop in and say yes or no. But Jason definitely shot Extra Lovable. He was solely responsible for produce. He was basically the producer of Extra Lovable lyric video, and he did a great job. So I'm really happy that he did that. I just talked for about 15 minutes nonstop without you talking, which is crazy because you're more extemporaneous than I am. I'm going to take a sip off my margarita.
See, in 2013, Prince almost revisited that idea again, where it's going to be called onempg.org. And he wanted me to run it for the fans and give out a few tracks, rehearsals, studio stuff, videos, and that we were going to fund it. There was already people, fans, wanting to throw money at me. And I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa. And then, of course, there was a lot of other fans like, wait a second here. I thought the music club was going to be for life. Then they were like, what about my lotus flower? I still haven't gotten my t-shirt.
Yes.
So it wasn't exactly going over well. And then within a week, they were, oh no, we're abandoning that idea again.
Yeah.
But he was trying, but there was a lot of pushback, and he's just like, forget it. But, you know, now I think they would take that deal. And in regards to what we're doing today, Jacqueline's saying this is magnificent. I just want to have a shared experience today, and I'm grateful. Magnificent. This is the whole reason of doing it. And Scottie, like another thing that I asked people today, hello from Scotland and all over the world,
Liz,
that I asked people to share like some of their favorite Prince memories. I'm going to read a few, and I know that some of them, it may trigger memories because you were part of some of these experiences. So Kristen Maxey said, I've been to many concerts, but the best experience I had was after one of his concerts, getting invited to his after party. That was my favorite concert by him. The party was at a local club where he continued to play. You forgot he was such a huge star and felt like you were having out with one of the locals. A great night. Then someone brings up Montreux 2009 and being so wonderful. Best band with Rhonda Smith, Renato Neto, John Blackwell, Morris Hayes, Prince on guitars and vocals. 2 shows memorable. And that was Stefan. Then we have a Krista Lab, first and only Prince concert over 30 years in the making, 2004 Musicology Tour in Hartford, Connecticut. And then read a couple more, but we're going to keep going through these because there's a lot. Jasper, we followed him at night, from The Hague to Amsterdam. And all of a sudden his car stopped in the middle of the highway. His bodyguard demanded that we had to leave. But we asked where to go. We were in the middle of the road. We met later that night in the Escape in Amsterdam. And,
what year was that?
Not giving a year, unfortunately.
I feel like I remember those places.
Right? Yeah. Then this one was in Sydney, but this is Diamonds and Pearls. Nikki Jarrett. I was 14 and saw Prince my very first concert in Sydney. Diamonds and Pearls. From that moment on, I could not get enough of him. Being in Australia, there weren't many opportunities to see him live, so when he toured, I would go multiple times. I can't imagine any other artist whose show I would want to see in consecutive nights. It wasn't the same. It was different set list and so damn good. Yeah. It's still awful to think he's not out there making music. So glad even though he's gone, I can still hear him. And I'll keep it there just in case there's something you want to add to that. If not, I can keep going.
Did you ask me if I want to?
If there's anything that was triggering that, aside from that whole thing of getting stuck between Amsterdam.
There were so many, I talked about that on the One Night Alone Live box set, which is now, hard to find in that form, in actual box set. I think I have a few left.
Paisley Park found a bunch, $25 for the original box set right now at Paisley.
That's right. Wow. Okay. Well,
pick it up.
I got
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. I thought he crunched them all with a steamroller.
They found a lot. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, good.
$25. That's a bargain.
Yeah, that is a bargain. And so, as I said in that box set, in the middle of that booklet, that Prince asked me to write some liner notes, and I wrote my favorite whole part of working with Prince was the after shows, because all the hair was let down by the crowd, by Prince, by the band. It was only some electronics, but mostly all jamming, right? It was always the best part of any day. And I, fortunately, uh, didn't have any extracurricular activities on tour. So I was never tired and I was never worn out and I was never hungover. And so I was always ready. So anytime I would hear, hey, we're doing an after party tonight. And typically Prince would, during sound check, he would ask the band, y'all want to jam tonight? And they would all, of course, go, yeah, because they thought there was a payday in it, right? You knew you were going to get a payday, cash. And then he would always ask the band, and then he would go, Scotty, you want to jam tonight? It was always the second question. And I would always go, yeah, man. But knowing that half the time we got paid extra cash, and then the other half we would go, are we getting paid tonight? We're not? Okay. And we'd move on. But I was always in it for the fun. It was super tiring and really late. We would go on sometimes at 3 and 4. I remember in Australia, it felt like in 2000, oh, I don't know, what was it, 2003 or 4 or something, whenever we went to Australia, man, we did some late ones. Like they started at 3 or 4, and then I would leave the venue and it would be a full-on sunrise, and I go, man, and we'd have a show. So I would have to basically go. It almost felt like we had a show that day, and I had to go to the venue to check on my PA to make sure it was in the right place. Man, those were really rough times, but man, I give anything for those times again. And so would the fans, I'm sure.
All right. Let me read some ones in the room. We'll put it on the screen. This one's from Patricia. 777 was at that one. First Avenue, running to Mr. Hayes upstairs and covering my symbol necklace because I was certain P wouldn't approve. Maybe it was a tattoo. Mr. Hayes told me to move my hand and assured me P would be pleased. I was walking on air for days. Very cool. And seeing Prince play Controversy at First Avenue was pretty awesome, I must say, just to add on to that. And then Caroline, I hope I'm saying it right. Scotty, you have more experience in this. Hopefully I'm saying it correct. Hello from Budapest, Hungary. My most amazing PA experience was being front row center at one of the O2 Indigo Club dates. So 2007. So that was 777 and that one from 2007.
Which I wasn't a part of. That was when I was gone. I don't know who I was doing in 2007. What was I doing then?
You weren't there.
I wasn't there. I'm glad to see Maite's name. I love Maite. I miss her. She's quite a person. And what few of us can say, very few of us, and maybe this is just again extemporaneous to say this, but and out of place, but there were very few of us that could move in and out of his orbit and still continue to work. Does that make sense? Like if you were his drummer, you would just work, and then you would. I was in Prince's office discussing something sometime. It was probably around 2003. That feels right. And we were in his office across from the kitchen, right, or adjacent to the atrium. We were sitting in there and we were just shooting the shit. And the phone rang, and Prince said, "Excuse me." He had great manners. He said, "Excuse me," and he picked up the phone, and I said, and I mouthed, "Do you want me to leave? Like, do you want me to leave?" And he said, "No." And he said, "Yeah, no, I'll call you back." And he hung up, and he said, "You know who that was?" And I said, "No, who?" And he said, "John Blackwell." And I said, "Oh, cool." And he said, "Do you want to know what he wanted?" And I said, "What did he want?" And he said, "When are we going out again?" Prince clowned him and said, "When are we going out again?" He said, "See, Scotty, if y'all were busy, I'd have to call you. You wouldn't be calling me." Right? So that's an important lesson. I never suffered what the musicians suffered. Was, I've got the gig. Now, when are we going to play? I was always busy. I got really busy, and I would go and do other artists. And Prince would oddly get a little bit jealous, because when I left to do Earth, Wind, and Fire and I came back, Prince gave me a whole bunch of shit about Verdine. He said, "Y'all know you're using tracks." And I said, "Yeah, there's some tracks on the gig, And I said, but Verdine's playing all the bass. There's no bass on tracks. He goes, yeah, right. And I said, no, he's doing all, I said, Verdine's playing all the bass and dancing. And I said, and he's doing both bass parts on Getaway. And he said, yeah, right. And laughed and walked off because he was curious as to people that would leave and what they were experiencing and then coming back and what they experienced with other artists. And band members didn't flow in and out of our other artists like technicians did. Technicians had the benefit of saying, well, the tour is over on, August 21st. Great. August 23rd, I'm going out with Stevie Nicks, or I've got a gig with Brian Ferry, or I'm going out with Duran Duran. Like, we would leave and go out and do other tours. And mostly he didn't care. Guitar techs, drum techs, keyboard techs, he didn't really care about. But he got a little bit possessive of sound, and he got a little bit possessive of lights. He certainly knew where Roy Bennett was all of the time. He knew what tours Roy was on because he would bring Roy up in conversations that had nothing to do with lighting. But he would say, it's like Roy and them. And I'm like, wow, so he kept aware of where I was and where Roy was and certain favorite technical people in their positions, where they were at different times. So band members didn't have that. They would just keep going, when are we working again? When are we going to work again? Do I have time to go do this jazz thing? Or should I stay here? Should I go? Should I stay? And technicians would go, I don't know, I'm leaving. I'm going to do this. So that was interesting to me.
Let me hit up a few other concert ones or few other first experiences. Derek, I'm not missing yours. I'm going to be bringing it back for a reason. This one is from Atlanta. Angela at the Tabernacle in Atlanta. He was featuring Tamar, small crowd, amazing show. Leaving as the sun came up. That was 2006. And then, I don't think we touched this one before. Jacqueline touched his hand at Electric Factory in Philly. And in Vegas, I saw the whole band, the Elevator, MGM Grand. No Prince, that love it. I miss him desperately. Was that 98, 99? MGM Grand was a lot of shows. Give me a moment.
When was the Philly Electric Factory? It was either, that was with Cora drumming. That was a Tamar show, right?
I think so. They didn't say exactly for years. But
I'm sure I did a Tamar show there. Like, oddly, I got called by Prince and he said, you need to do this show with us. Tamar, blah, blah, blah. And I went, okay. And then I went to I flew to Philly, got off, got to the venue, quickly set everything up. It was a crazy setup. And it was a Tamar show. And it was like Cora and Josh and different factions of the MPG to support Tamar. So I don't know if that was the year or that was the show.
Right. And this one being part of the Super Bowl stage crew, it's so interesting. You get some 2006, 2007 when I thought people only care about 1983 to 1987. Anyway, Cody, my favorite memory is, of course, singing Play That Funky Music with him at Tower Records, Roosevelt, Club 3121 in Vegas, at the Forum, not at the house. But Cody played with Prince so much. He's the one that every time Play That Funky Music was done, Prince just pointed at Cody. And also, Cody's forgetting about the time he did it on Jay Leno after they went off the air. Prince was shaking him off, but everyone else is pointing at Cody in his 3121 chef outfit. And there he goes. He does it, and Prince just hands him his guitar. And then Cody, only knowing how to play Guitar Hero, mind you, starts playing with Prince's guitar and just gets the crowd hyped. Prince is like, I'm done. Forget it. Walked off stage with that. So that was a funny memory. Derek, like I said, I'm not forgetting yours, my man. Most amazing Prince experience was having my video play all weekend. Exactly. Tell us more about that. Ellis from the Bay Area. What's up, my man? Oh, my first show was 93, San Francisco at the Bill Graham. Caught a tambourine thrown to me on the second level. I seen the tambourine on MTV just before the show and set out to get one. And the show, however, they weren't for sale, but he still has it today. That's cool. So you got a little memento from that on the Act 1 tour. And then Ryan Brown, favorite gig, invited on stage to play during the sound check in Lakeland, Florida. So that was most likely that was the One Night Alone tour that you were part of, Scotty. Lakeland.
Yeah. Lakeland. That was our first gig, wasn't it?
Yeah. And let's see here. Oh, this is a weird one. Nearly got kicked out of drama school in London in 1993 because I spent all of my tuition fees money buying front row tickets to his concert in Earl's Court, London. Wouldn't have changed it for the world. It still lives with me today. I hope you passed drama school or had it work out for you. Tamar with him in 2006, yes. Here's a cool, just random comment. It's nice for a new generation like me who is not around when Prince is alive, but love Prince. Love that. Amen. And I still need to get back to Derek's. But here's another one from Ellis. Second memorable was San Jose. I don't remember the year, but we went to the wrong seats. Someone came to get us, and we thought he was taking us to right seats, but he took it right down front to the stage, and we got to see the whole show up front. San Jose, they did do a show in 1998. Hopefully I'm triggering a memory of that. DBS David Schwartz is up in here saying what's up to you, Scotty. And
David Schwartz, yes.
Yes. And let me go back to Derek, my amoeba buddy. Did I just say bubby? Buddy. And this was on daylight saving time when Prince did the show. His favorite Prince moment was his last show in LA, 2014, a few days after Arsenio at the Palladium. He was front and center, 4.5 hour set, incredible night. Let me tell you something. Prince timed this perfectly.
How so?
Right when it hit 2 a.m., Prince is doing the thing, jumps up, drummer, the horns, all of them stop at the same time. I look at my phone, Noah's getting close. It hit from 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning. He timed it perfectly. That's just Prince for you. Like, you would think these things wouldn't be on his mind. And the set list for that show, he had all these pages in front of him. It was the longest show he ever did on U.S. soil.
How long?
And I'm glad to have been there and thankful for it.
It had to be a
And
long
Derek, one. I'm going to call you out. Third Eye Girl really wasn't your favorite band until around that time when you added in the horns, right? I'm going to call you out, man. I remember a conversation we had at Amoeba and you came up to me, but it's all good. They won you over. You know, you're going to let me know. Not trying to call you out, but we all know, like, maybe it didn't go well on record with Plectrum or Electrum, but live you were like, damn, this dude still got it.
What's interesting to me is that when I came back into the fold in 2012, he wanted me to come out and see his new band. And I said, figuring it would be a giant band, I said, how big is the band? And he said, no, it's just a couple of girls. That's what he said, a couple of girls. And so I came out, and it was Hannah and Ida and Donna, and that's it. And he wanted me to see them play, so he told them to play, and he left, and they just played in the soundstage. And I kind of watched him for a bit, and then sort of sought him out, found him in the kitchen, right outside the kitchen, and he said, "Well, we should probably go have some coffee." And I said, "Okay, cool." And because he just kind of always went with what his idea was. We should probably go get some coffee. And I said, "Great." He said, "I'll pick you up outside." He said, "Do you have a car?" And at that point, I had been borrowing my nanny's car, the nanny for our kids, and it was a beat up old Buick LeSabre. I was like, he is not getting inside that thing. I said, "No, I didn't get here in a car." He said, "Cool, I'll pick you up in the courtyard." So he leaves and I leave, and I go wait in the courtyard, and he pulls up in some sort of it was like a Cadillac or a Lincoln, some sort of really sporty black 2-door car. It's like, oh, he pulls up like a NASCAR driver, and I hop in, and we head over to. He was a terrible driver, I think. We ended up at the coffee place, Funk Doc, at the coffee place over not far from Paisley Park, Caribou Coffee. So we end up there, and Josh and the three ladies were in in another vehicle. And we pull up there and we pull up next to each other. And he said, okay, so you're going to go in and talk to the ladies. And I said, cool. And he said, tell Josh I want him to come over here and we're going to listen to some new songs. And I said, cool. What do you want me to talk about? He said, you'll know. So we opened the doors, and this is just the way Prince sort of geppettoed. He sort of conducted everyone into what he wanted them to do. So Josh gets out like he knows what's up, and he hops right into the Cadillac. And we gave a little hug, that half hug, the bro hug. And he gets into the Cadillac and shuts the door. And then I walked with Hannah, Ida, and Donna into Caribou. And they ordered drinks. And then I said, no, I got it. And I paid for that. I said, no, let's sit down. Let's talk for a little bit. And Prince didn't tell me specifically what he wanted me to talk about. But I sort of knew from all the years of being around him to feel it out and see where the conversation went. And they talked about, I remember Donna talking first about what an honor it was. Like, this is great. This could be a big thing for me in my career. And she started talking about, she was talking about her pedal board and that she wanted to wire it really clean. And Prince said, no, leave it, make it scary. Let us see all the cables on it. Make it scary looking. We want to scare people. And she said, okay, cool. So she was talking about that. And I said, well, hey, you three have a really great opportunity. Think of the people that have come before you. I looked at Hannah. I said, look, think of the people, John Blackwell and Michael Bland, Bobby Z, and Sheila E. Think of all these drummers that have come before you. Think of all the bass players, and to Ida, but Ida had been there longer. And Donna, think of all the great guitar players, Miko and Dez and Wendy, and think of everyone. And you're now here, and you have a great opportunity to do these great things. So I know it will be tiring. I know it will be hard, but it's just hard. So push through and it will be worth it someday, and blah, 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 and da, 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 da. And I like put a bow on it. And then I said, let's go. And so we left. It had been 30, 40 minutes. We walk out. Josh jumps out, gets in the Jeep. I get in the Cadillac, shut the door. And Prince goes, how'd it go? And I said, it was exactly what you wanted it to be. And then we drove off and we drove back to Paisley Park. I got out. We went back to rehearsal. And that's the sort of orchestrator he was. He was a great conductor. I think that someone on the level of a Claire Fisher or a John Williams or a John Barry or somebody who was a great composer and conductor, he was a conductor of people as much as he was of music. He knew how to use people's strength, for people to use their own strength for them, and he knew how to use people's weaknesses against them. He put people in the right situations to get the most out of them that would benefit them and him the most.
The black Cadillac. Now, keep in mind, he said this, y'all. No canceling going on. He called it Miles Davis because of how black it was. Just going to leave it there. We don't need to comment further. I will say, getting inside that car, it has like the symbol on the mats. And I'm a tall guy. I tried putting the seat back all the way. Mm-hmm. And he's like, is that as far as it goes? And I went, yeah. And he's like, well, you going to get in? I'm like, yeah. But my feet were like literally on the dashboard. My knees, excuse me. But
wasn't it a two-door Cadillac? Did they even make? Well, I'm really curious as to what that car was.
Two-door Cadillac, and you couldn't fit anyone in the back when I'm in the passenger seat. So
no, yeah.
And I drove in the Jeep too. Hannah and Josh drove around that. They drove a little bit crazy, but when Prince saw that yellow light, he was pushing. God.
Oh man. He asked me one time to. He said, "Hey, Larry, Tina, and I have no idea when this was, so I'll be right out front and saying I don't remember what year this was, and I have pretty good recall." But he said, "Hey, Larry and Tina and I are going to drive around tonight in the limo and listen to music. Do you want to go?" And I said, "Who's driving?" And he said, "I don't know." And I said, "No, that's cool," because he was always everything was on 10 for him. Even the way he wanted me to engineer everything. He wanted everything in the red. He wanted everything in to be on the edge of distortion in life and in sound, like everything on the edge. And that played itself out clearly. But that was funny. Like, well, who's driving? I don't know. No, man, I got plans. I'm sorry. Oof.
See, I'm loving this. I'm hoping this is helping people because I don't want people to feel sad and all these other things. That's why I'm asking for people for the memories and all these things, because he meant so much to us. And of course, we're sad, but I want to take a little bit of that away and just say, like, everything is going to be okay. It's going to take some time, but it'll get there. And I'm glad that everyone's here. And I'm glad you're able to be here with me, Scottie, as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Go through a few more experiences. And I'm sure we'll get to some stuff that is in studio. But in the winter of 2015, my wife and I were at Paisley. This is Kevin Luckin. My wife and I were at Paisley. Prince performed to a full crowd and amazed all in attendance. After Prince and the band left the stage, people started leaving, but the true funk soldiers knew better. My wife really wanted to leave. It was early in the morning, but I talked her into staying a bit longer. About 30 minutes later, I begrudgingly agreed to leave. As I opened the doors to leave the main room, Prince rode his bike right into me. I had to grab his handlebars to prevent a crash. We locked eyes, and he gave me that classic side-eye smirk smile. Needless to say, we turned around and stayed for the encore. And then Kevin added, I have so many great stories from Paisley. I'll never forget about being part of the crowd performance on The War. It was such an incredible performance. And then a few weeks later, the cassette tape was for sale in the old merch room. Norma Torres, Third Eye Girl era. Saw him at the Grove of Anaheim, 2014 or 2013. It was 2013. I actually saw you, but was too shy to say hi. Miss Emotes. Hi, Norma. Gen Z Silverman. When I was a volunteer music appreciation teacher in one of our city's elementary school 6 years ago, one of my third graders asked, are we ever going to talk about Prince? Of course, I had to honor her request. So my next visit, I taught both my classes all about Prince, and one of the videos I showed them was Purple Rain from the best Super Bowl halftime show ever in 2007. Hearing about 2 dozen 8 and 9-year-olds singing the chorus to Purple Rain was one of the most beautiful things I've ever experienced for real. Kathy Shaw Deal, in case a certain sister of yours happens to overhear one of her fellow teacher students singing, it was my fault. That was Gen Z Silverman. This is Gail. Number 2, banging that tambourine in my ear the entire concert. Number 3, getting dragged to Paisley Park with my drunk sisters, and Monica was going to party like it was 1999. Good times. And we'll do this one not lastly, but for this time till we talk again. Sure. Adam Boyd, Love Sexy Tour, Houston, Texas, to Summit. My old college roommate called me in Austin, was attending UT at the time, to let me know he had managed to score tickets. Hit and run announcement, which sold out in less than an hour. Pre-internet days, mind you. Day of show, hauled ass back home to San Antonio, borrowed my parents' questionable Buick Regal, hauled ass to my buddy's house in Houston, and I went to have my mind blown for 3 hours. The show was on a Sunday evening. I was hoarse and exhausted by the time I got back to the dorms in Austin. Slept through a major algebra test the next day and summarily failed the class. And given the opportunity, I'd do it again.
One of the beautiful things about Prince is that as opposed to artists now, is that he could stretch. Anything he did live, and I only really claim to be, even though I was responsible for a lot of the drum sounds in the early 90s on that stuff. That's inconsequential, really, truthfully. And but live, anything I witnessed was able to be stretched and pulled however he wanted it to be. You don't have that anymore. That's one of the great benefits of being a real musician. Real music by real musicians is that you can push and pull as much as you want. You can extend things out, you can pull them in, and there's no click tracks, no playback, nothing. And now the shows, to the benefit of the viewer and listener and concert goer, are very, very accurate. Lighting is all done by time code now. The lighting is done before we leave any rehearsal space that we're in, because because there's playback and click track in the musician's ears. There's time code, and all the lights are done to time code. So when I'm mixing, I'm actively mixing. I turn around and look at lighting, and they're sitting like this, watching the show, kind of bobbing their head. And maybe they jump on the desk and correct the focus of a light. But everything is done. Everything is timed. Video is aligned. Lighting is aligned. Everything is aligned except for audio. And that's where Prince excelled. Is he required video and audio and lighting engineers to follow what was going on stage. He was truly an analog artist. And most of the catalyst for most of the arguments that Prince and I had were based upon analog versus digital, and why he was telling me I should be analog, more analog. You got to stay analog. Don't give in, Scottie. And I said something about, but the material we're doing, the material that we do is legacy material. So I have to hit the echoes perfectly. I have to hit all the delays on Pop Life vocal and Purple Rain vocal, and all the echo on the guitar on Could Never Take the Place of Your Man is 777 milliseconds. It's got to be precise because it's legacy material. And he said, no, that doesn't matter. And he said a lot of that was a mistake anyway in the studio. And I didn't buy it for a second. I always insisted that we were precise and that we keep precision as part of the how we would present the show to the audience. And I'm very proud of the fact that I never gave in and never rolled over like subsequent and previous engineers had. And they'd be doing some crazy shit that they had no business doing. And then they would call me for advice. Well, he's got me doing this. And I'd say, why are you doing that? And I don't know. He wanted me to put the master fader all the way up. And I said, yeah, but you can't do that. And he'd say, but he told me to do it. And I'd say, you gave in, you lost already. You're already gone. You're already gone. Just make the money and get out because you're already gone. He already won. So it was very interesting how he tested people, and they would sort of recuse themselves from the gig just by virtue of how they would give in.
Right. What up, Rodney? And remember, you can see comments too, Scottie. And Vanessa's wondering if he has some cheesecake. And then here's a long one that covers us. Brandon, people don't realize how accessible he was, whether after shows or album release parties would start with 1200 and he would wait for the crowd to thin out and then hit the stage. Remember the days of the family newsletters? That was the 90s to get info. How many times we would get word early morning and head to Minneapolis that night and drive home the next morning? Absolutely miss every part of his existence.
Tonight, Bobby Z and Matt Fink are sitting in with the Suburbs.
Yep.
I don't know where the Suburbs are playing. I barely remember the Suburbs. They had a few good songs. They're a Minneapolis band. But they're playing somewhere on Prince night. And Bobby Z and Matt Fink. So if anybody's watching this and you're in the Twin Cities, and you're not part of an extracurricular that Paisley isn't putting on or whatever, you can seek out the Suburbs. It's still time. It's only 8:04.
Yep. Got all night.
Did Scottie ever have CF in the late early mornings at Paisley? What's a CF?
Funk. Cheesecake funk.
What?
Cheesecake.
No, I never had cheesecake. Are you literally, Matt? I had never had cheesecake funk.
Uh-oh. Lactose.
I would. Yeah. I'm fructose intolerant sometimes. Sometimes I'll say that from my perspective, that on occasion it would be annoying. Prince would be totally fucking annoying about doing some things because we would rehearse from generally I would show up at 10 o'clock in the morning for a noon rehearsal. So I would show up at 10 everything was going to work. It worked the day before, but I would show up at 10, sort of do my Virgo thing, make sure everything's, check all the monitors, and not talking to his mic because he didn't like people talking to his mic. So I would snap and go, okay, it's working, and like get everything and use the Listerine on the mics until he told me that Listerine, Scottie, you know, Listerine causes cancer. And I went, oh, really? I didn't hear that, man. Really? And he said, yeah, it's not out yet. It'll come out. And I went, okay. So I switched to Tom's of Maine. And so I put a big thing on it. I bought a bottle of Tom's spearmint and I put a thing that said Prince's mic only. And then I would use Tom's of Maine so it smelled like spearmint. All those little things that I did getting ready for rehearsal. We would rehearse from noon until 6, 8, 9, 10 o'clock, 10 hours straight, full on music, loud. Everyone in this watching this would go, oh man, I'd give anything to be there, right? But for us, it was a daily thing. So it was kind of a grind. So when we got done at 10 or 10:30 or 9, which was early, we'd go, thank God I can get out of here. I'd go home, and then you get a call from either Trevor or Takumi or Mike Kranz or whomever was in the Man Friday of that time, right? And they would say, oh man, he wants to play it at about midnight. Fuck, man. And so I would go back out, make sure everything was on, clean everything off again, and then wait from midnight until about 2:43 a.m. And then Prince would come in and there'd be candles and it would smell good. And he would, at one time, he set one woman in a chair with roses. She had roses in her, obviously, he gave her roses. She sat with roses in one chair. We had a full crew, full band, and Prince played about 3 songs. And then he and the woman left. And then we went, is that it? Should we just hang around? So it was annoying. Like a lot of that was annoying because he wasn't good at people management. He was great at music management. He was great at managing to make and conceive of and display music, but he was a horrible people manager. And that took its toll, and that wore a lot of people out. And the people that couldn't hang, and they sort of, as Prince told me, they fired themselves, right? They would just leave. And so I'm thankful that as hard as it was sometimes, as difficult as it was to get home, shower, get undressed, get in bed, and then get that call and go, God damn it. And then get up and go back out and do it all over again. I'm glad I never said no to that. The times I said no were very vehement and very vocal, and to him specifically. And then there were fights, and then I left a couple of times. And I'm proud of those moments that I left and stuck up for myself. But in general, I'm very happy at looking back and saying, I hung in there. I hung in there and I did it. I made it through.
Right.
Mm.
A lot of people just couldn't hang, man. Let's get to a few more stories, and there's going to be another long one coming up, but this one is an interesting one because this one's a little bit rare. It was number 1, the Charles Big Chick benefits show at Rupert's in Minnesota in April 1990. Sitting on the lower level bar with 650-ish others hearing Questioning You for the first time live. Blown away. Number 2, the 777 concert here in Minneapolis. Finally purchased the Love Symbol Tamarine. What took you so long, Monica? Snuck in vodka that I drank with a splash of Sprite. Got a good buzz before we took the stage, where I proceeded to bang my new Tamarine in the side of my hand, leaving a bruise, and sang right along with him through the entire show. Number 3, Musicology, St. Paul, Minnesota. My 2 sisters and grandmother, I think they meant. It was one of my favorite shows. Then at Paisley Park after party, telling little girls trying to get past me to get closer to the stage to buzz off. Hey, all of us have been standing here for a very long time. Try the other side of the stage. All right. I thought they meant like little girls, like young fans. All right, I get what they mean. And Cheryl, this one's an interesting one. Met Prince at a bookstore in Hollywood when I was 19. Very lifelong experience I'll never forget. It was during his Dirty Mind tour in LA, Flippers, West Hollywood, 1981. Because Prince couldn't be going to a bookstore after that. It had to be in 1981. and probably not wearing that outfit he wore on stage.
No, I would imagine not.
Now here, go ahead, my man.
It's when any artist with whom I've worked goes and does these kind of things that Prince would do, where he could really get close to the fans, really close, record stores, clubs, bunkers, things like that. An artist like Prince was particularly aware of the sort of effect he was having on the place around him and his surroundings. And what I think is interesting is that he understood the value of giving the fan the experience. He was a very, you know how he came off as very austere and aloof and cryptic, but I think he understood what it was like to really create architecture for the fan that really wanted to get into him. He would create the most beautiful house for you, but the outside would be somewhat austere and foreboding and sort of keep you back. But when you got in the inside, when you were a fan, when you were part of the MPG Music Club, when you paid to be part of that website and paid to come to his shows early in sound checks, he really treated you in a way that I didn't even see him treat us, the crew.
Right.
Sadly, I think that he was a very he was gifted at he had the gift of he had a desire to want to be close to the people that wanted to be closest to him, and he never lost that, as evidenced by the piano show itself, which is a completely naked and intimate experience. I mean, he did a tour called the Nude Tour, and it was anything but. It was glossy and the feathered back hair, right? And the polished band and the Game Boys and and all the stuff and Batman and all all that stuff. It was anything but the Nude Tour. The Nude Tour was really the piano and a microphone tour in 2016. That was the real stripped down, naked, vulnerable. In the movie, in the script writing and movie business, they call it exposition. He was very expositional in his piano show. He especially on Jan 21, 2016, and he just was bare, and he opened up. I'd never seen him open like that. I didn't even know, for people that are wondering, and I didn't talk about this in the Netflix doc, because frankly, Ezra Edelman didn't ask me about it. But I saw every side of every guard of his down during the first show, specifically the first show of that night. I saw the front and the sides and the back kind of ease down, and he let himself be one with the audience, in and out, breathing as they breathe, and applauding as they applaud, and crying as they applauding as they applauded, and crying as they cried. It was really spectacular. It was almost as if, not to be too dramatic about it, but it was almost as if I remember being back there behind him and looking up at him at an angle and thinking, man, this is like we're almost like we're in an aquarium where we're all sharing the same sort of movement. And that the feeling that I got in that room that night on January 21st, 2016 was unlike any that I had shared before or since with an artist.
Right.
I felt like I was part of something that was bigger than that was just going on. It was really spectacular. I can't wait for that to come out. I'm equal parts afraid and eager to see that come out. What do you know about that? Do you know when that's coming out? You're way more tapped in than I am.
After the Netflix doc comes out, and there'll be a no compete clause, so there'll be a certain amount of time after that comes out, then they can get a deal for it. If the Netflix doc gets shelved, that I believe the no compete clause is over and they can make deals happen. Now, as far as I'm aware, it's supposed to be July 2023. There's been no trailer that's dropped, so a lot of people are worried. It hasn't been shelved yet, but people are worried. I usually think when it comes to the trailers, if there isn't anything dropped between now and June 7th, I'd worry. And we'll see what happens. I am more interested in the January 21st, 2016 show. You know, if that doesn't come out, Scottie, I'll just have you on my show again. And we can talk about this stuff that you were going to talk about on it. Yeah. But the January 21st, 2016 show is where I'm at. August 3rd, 83. A few other things that I know that are in there that were pro shot.
The reason that the Jan 21, 2016 show was so remarkable is that it was autobiographical, and anyone who wasn't there and hadn't experienced that, it was unlike anything I'd ever. I want to let you know, Doc, I had no clue even the night before that it was going to be autobiographical. We January 20th, 2016, I went to Prince. We had been rehearsing and sound checking the piano and the quad sound that he wanted, that I disagreed with him, and we'd been playfully, maybe not playfully, we were arguing about the sound. He wanted the sound to come in from all four sides. And I said, hey man, that only works for the center of the room. And then we were playing Hit and Run, whatever that album was at that time, right? Phase 2. So we had played that, and I said, come here. And I made him come over with me about 3 meters to the right. And he goes, and he leans into my ear and he goes, now it's coming out from over there. And I said, right, because we're closer to that speaker. It's going to come out. It only works for the center of the room. So we got over that. I ended up using the majority of the speakers I used were tipped sideways, which is actually incorrect, but we laid them around the piano riser, and I filled in with the quad sound, and I made Dolby 5.1 echoes on certain effects in quad sound. So either way, he wanted it to be an immersive experience, and it was certainly immersive, but I didn't understand that it would be autobiographical. He never mentioned that on January 20th as we sat there and labored over something in the water does not compute. Do you want me to do the lay? Do you want me to do that echo, the eighth note echo? He's like, yeah, you do. You handle all the echoes. I want them from the record. I was like, cool. So I'm making notes, and he's talking, and I'm making notes, and we're talking, and somewhere I still have the notes written down. And then we got to the show, and when the show opened, John Gass, the studio engineer, who was going to be mixing this in like 2 hours, was on stage right, part of the love symbol. I was on the other side, behind Prince to his rear, to the right. And I started that fog machine. I looked at John, and we both pushed the button, and the fog machine started up. And then somebody, I don't know, Andrew or Kirk, somebody opened the 2 doors, and the yellow light went on, and Prince walked up and went on, and the doors shut. And I stopped the fog machine, and John stopped it, and he left. And then I put the echo on Prince's vocal. So when he went, Paisley, 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 and I kept that on him, and I followed the script, and we did the whole show. And in the middle of the show, by now famously, he thanked me, which was really odd because he thanked me a lot, or would say, sounds good, Scottie, or Scottie, sounds good. Scottie, turn it up, Scottie. That was a regular punctuation of his shows. And as I've said before, if it started with Scottie, it was bad. Scottie, turn Maceo up. He wasn't hearing enough of Maceo in the house, so I would turn it up. But if it ended with my name, he would say, turn it up, Scottie. That was more of he was just emphasizing something and being sort of punctuative with it. So I knew, don't worry about what he's asking. Turn it up, Scottie meant do nothing. But Scottie do this. It meant to do that. And during the show, he said something like, I think you tweeted it, right? It was like, Scottie, if it sounds good, that's Scottie, give him love or something like that. And I just sort of went, oh yeah, man, thanks. From off stage, I kind of went, I think I went like that, not knowing it would have the gravity and the weight that it did 3 months later, right? So that was that was normal. I didn't look at the only thing that stood out to me about the January 21st, 2016 show was that it was autobiographical. And even when he started talking about his dad and then mentioned Lisa Coleman and mentioned David Bowie and then mentioned me and thanked me, I started to realize, wait a minute, he's kind of going through there's a thread of his career going on here. There's
Right.
something going on that's different than what he had ever done previous. And so that's the only thing of note that I thought about that was different. And then the fact that I got pulled over by the Carver County Sheriff when I left at 4 something, whatever AM, and I was driving home and I got pulled over. And he said, the guy came up to the squad car, and I was like, shit, that's the way to cap a night. And the guy walks up, and he had to be about 25. And he leaned in and he said, he was trying to smell my breath. He leaned in and he said, how you doing tonight, sir? And I said, I'm doing great. How are you? I tried to give him a full breath of just like stinky, I haven't been drinking breath. I went, I'm doing great. How are you? And he said, oh, okay. Well, yeah, where you headed? I was just coming from Paisley Park. He was like, have a good night. He didn't bother going back to the vehicle. I said, I was working at Paisley Park. He said, have a good night, and just ushered me on because he obviously knew the routine that a lot of us worked a lot of long hours and logged in these hours. So when it came to time to do the Netflix doc, and I got contacted, I knew it was something that would only happen once. There weren't going to be 2 of these. So I thought, yeah, I'll tell you whatever you want to know, because with fans, I've always said, I'll be honest and I'll tell you everything that I know. And because part of what my position held was that it was unique because I represented what the audience heard. So I always kind of, in a way, I consider myself an audience member. Not kind of. I consider myself an audience member that can exhibit some sort of control over how it sounds. And so how would I want to hear it if I were a fan? Or if he's in the middle of Purple Rain, I'd be crying right now, and I would be crying. I can't tell you, Doc, how many times I have so many memories of looking down at the Yamaha, at the soundboard, and seeing drips of tears on the desk during Purple Rain. It was really he's a very, very unique, special artist. And I'm glad that today that you chose to engage in celebration of that artist and artistry rather than being, lured in by the provocative nature of acrimony and being acrimonious and being competitive and being judgmental. I'm glad that when we talked, you said, all I want to do is celebrate him today. And I said, then I want to be a part of that.
And it's always, to me, thank you for that. It's painstakingly wanting to get facts right, wanting to get information right. It's frustrating. And we're talking about the January 21st show. Me and you, when we went to the Cowboys Vikings game the season before last, we went there. And thank you. Like, I literally, sometimes I'm in town for like not even 20 hours. So it's just kind of cool. We go to the game. They actually won. I leave the next morning. But the January 21st show, like, you didn't give me any notes. I didn't do anything. Like, I literally, in the dark, 55-page review. And then we're chilling at Perkins afterwards. The first show was better than the second show. But if you combine both of them or are able to go to both, it's amazing. Now, I just did show 1 for my review. Literally wrote it 35, 40 minutes. And then, like, we're out and about, maybe at Fetus, maybe doing other stuff in the area. Then I get this text from Trevor, hey, man, can you give me a call? And it's like, I need to ask you to take down the review because it's too detailed. Like, this wasn't even one of my best things, but my memory and just the notes were decent. I hope one day to be able to put that back out online, but I would like to do a little bit more of a rewrite. Just like what I wrote today, that took me probably around 45 minutes. I woke up and I went, okay, let's do this. It'll help you and help a bunch of other people, and let's get it done. Just like this is helping me having you on, and I hope this is helping everyone else. So I thank you for that. And let's get back to some of the stories. Here it is. This one's going to be on top. This is going to cover us again. We can go over the top with it. 2013 Hard Rock Vegas with Third Eye Girl, me almost 5 months pregnant. Front row. Took me 3 songs to stop crying. My heart overwhelmed with finally seeing the person I've been listening to since I was a child. Someone I refer to as my spirit animal. End of night bliss. Barely able to walk with my swollen pregnant lady feet, but so blessed. Love to hear all of your personal stories. Thank you for bringing us in. Thank you for sharing that with us. Then there's more. Sharon Lee, most valuable being here since For You. First was Summit Houston and witnessed Jimmy Baby live, the triple threat. Houston again with 3 girls and 1 guy fighting over the binoculars during International Lever. What were you looking at during International Lever? Okay. Sorry, I had to add those little things. Just some small comments here. He had a vision and sometimes forget that people got. I think I already put that in there.
That's a salient point, though. That's a very good point.
Right.
He was as all good, if I may interject, all great artists do. I think that the greatest artists, no matter what their domain, they are always pushing for something that's a little bit further, a little bit out of reach from what they are capable of doing. So any good painter, any good poet is misunderstood. Any good architect, I mentioned Frank Lloyd Wright earlier. Yes, his roofs leaked. You didn't join this live stream to talk about Frank Lloyd Wright, but Frank Lloyd Wright was the greatest American architect, and yes, his fucking roofs leaked. But guess what? He was trying to push the limit of what roofs could do. He could push the limit of what his art could do. And that's what Prince did. He always was pushing the edge. And the times in his career that he wasn't pushing, that he was making mistakes, that he was but working backwards, was when he was following what Beyonce was doing, when he was following what another artist was doing, when he was listening to what so-and-so was doing, and then he followed them. He always was at his best when he didn't care what anyone else was doing, and he didn't know the rules.
He was so funny and stuff. Like, you talk about Katy Perry, and he's all like, I'll let Rick Ross have this beat after I'm done with it, when we're the superconductor era for stuff like that. It was just so funny because he was paying attention to people all the time. Sharon Lee, Purple Rain, her first tour was with her husband, the musicology with her husband and their son, as since 2014, and he invited us to his home and all the memories of music and people that was shared. What I think mean Paisley Park. We covered Netflix. Yes. There was only 1 ticket left for the Santa Monica Civic Show. Wow. Going back to 82, 83. Sagari bought it and gave it to me. I told him to skip the backstage door. He didn't allow the time to perform at that show. They were not allowed to play LA. Look, 77 through 2016. That's all I'm going to say. I know all that stuff, even if I wasn't there for it. We felt the same in Atlanta. It felt like the entire room was one frequency, both shows.
Yeah.
It's like they're talking about 21st. Brandon, I see you again. Ellis, so many shows. We're going to keep it going for everyone else to have it. Scottie, at least it wasn't Paula McCartney.
Oh, I think they're referencing Paul McCartney. I made some comment today on another post that said, I was talking about Maya Rudolph, the fact that I'm friends with Maya Rudolph, and we were talking about something. And then I said, oh, I shouldn't have said Maya Rudolph. I should have just said Maya. I mean, I shouldn't name drop. Paul McCartney told me never to name drop. And a couple of people got the joke that Paul McCartney told me never to name drop. But actually, it's funny because Paul McCartney did, as I explained to Rodney earlier, Paul McCartney in 2015 at that Doc, that's something you and I haven't talked about a lot, is that December 31st, 2015 was a very strange gig. It was basically the band and Prince and Trevor Guy and me that flew down to St. Bart's and made that motherfucker happen out of serious MacGyver, like duct tape, a book of matches, and a fucking wand. And we made that gig happen. I had a stage built that was shaped like a piano in a club. I don't know how I got that done. I never went to sleep. I was awake for at least 70 hours. And I know that because I still have lines in my eyelids, like veins in my eyelids that have not gone away since that trip. Prince just said, go down and kick it in St. Bart's. And I was like, great. And I remember Hannah, no, it wasn't Hannah, it was like Ida and Donna said, and Trevor said, hey man, this might be a big payday. We're going to go down there. We haven't agreed on a fee. It might be astronomical. You know, this might be huge. He's getting so much money to do this show for Roman Abramovich. Like New Year's Eve, the last time he ever played with MPG, it's on a fucking beach in a club with a bunch of drunk people and a yacht outside, you know, right in the harbor. And I was like, great, I'm in, done, let's do it. And I did it on a shoestring. I mean, I remember trying to talk to it was like Caracas or Venice. It was somewhere where I was on the phone. I was like, no, I need wireless microphones and and I need this and give me monitors. And it was all done on this shoestring budget and last minute. And they shipped gear over, and it all sort of in perfect Prince fashion. It like came together like Devil's Tower, just like came up. The end of Close Encounters of the Third Kind, that I think rose from like a phoenix from ashes, and we got this gig done, and it was amazing. And it was the last time he performed with MPG, and we were waiting to go on right at midnight. So it's 11:57, and I'm like, there's no show director. It's me, and it's Trevor, and Trevor's up with Donna in the dressing room, and nobody's going to call this thing or say, hey, Prince, it's like 11:59, we need to go on. And so right at exactly 11:59, this head comes next to me, right next to the soundboard, leans in and goes, who's doing the countdown? And I said, oh, you, Sir Paul McCartney, you're doing the countdown. And I turned on my mic, and my mic says Scottie on it. I've used this mic and this microphone cable for about 20 years. It's my good luck. And I clicked it on, and I handed it to Paul McCartney, and he grabbed it, and he said, tell me when I have to stop from 10. And I was like, you got it. And I'm looking, I tap my Apple Watch, and it's going, and Doc, you don't even know the story. It's like 27, 26. I'm like, okay, cool. And you know, it turns off. And you got to hit it, reset it. I reset that motherfucker, and I'm waiting, and it's 11. And I said, okay, 10, go. And he went, in true Paul McCartney fashion, instead of going 10, 9, 8, right? It's easy. He went 10, 9, 8. And I was like, oh, God damn, you have bad time. You have horrible time, Paul McCartney. And by the time he got to 5, there were fireworks going off in the bay. And I was going, God dang it, you would never, you know what, Paul McCartney, you'd be fired out of this band in 5 minutes because your time is bad. Your time is poor, sir. And anyway, he got, you know, and he went, 1, Happy New Year, Happy 2016, all right, yeah, great, all right. And I grabbed the mic from him, and then Prince came down the stairs, and they started their set. And I actually believe that was one of the most relaxed, other than people smoking, which Prince called out right away. Hey, can you all stop smoking? Can you stop smoking? Once he calmed the crowd down from them figuring out it was him. I would love to know, Doc, you probably know who the celebrities were at that show. I know it was Paul McCartney and Stella, and his daughter Stella was up in the dressing room. And this is Paul McCartney's, not only Paul McCartney's daughter, she's Stella McCartney. She is a huge name in the industry, in fashion, and she was swearing like crazy. Motherfucking yes! And she's looking at a set list. You're playing this? Fuck yeah! And Prince was just going, oh god. And he couldn't say anything because it's Prince and it's Stella McCartney. And in the world of fashion, and it's Paul McCartney's there, and there's all sorts of stuff going on. And she was swearing like crazy. It was actually funny to watch him react to someone swearing where he couldn't actually take control of the situation. So the best way to take control is just to get out and get on stage. So he got on stage and we ripped it up for a couple hours, right? And the lighting guy was so bad. He didn't know any Prince songs. He was from St. Bart's. And I was like, hey man, about the second song, I said, hey man, turn the lighting board toward me. Just turn it toward me. And so he moved the whole lighting board to me. So I had sort of the letter L. I had sound here, and I was running front of house and monitors for the band. And then I turned this way, and then Prince would do, on the light, on the one, and I would do a blackout, and just on the kick drum, and I would keep kicking Kirk's light. I mean, it was actually super fun for me. It was like going back to a club, but it was super relaxed. Prince loved it. It was very fun, and plus he cleared a couple of million in 2 hours.
It's hilarious. Different rules for celebrities at Prince shows, right?
Yeah. Who was there?
People to put their phone away. Chris Rock, others. It reminds me of the Roosevelt show in 2006. Like, look, he'd have the house parties, but the reason it reminds me of this because you brought up the smoking. 2006, it was fairly obvious that 3121 was going to hit number one. So they were kind of like doing this whole thing for the album being out. It was a Friday night.
Yeah.
Ruth, thank you so much for putting it together. Thank you so much.
Yes.
For house parties.
Love Ruth. Sending love to Ruth. I love Ruth.
And sending her strength on this day always, because I know it's tough. I'm walking in there. Prince is performing. Here's Jack Nicholson and Salma Hayek. Que rico. Then Salma's about to leave, and Jack's like, Salma, baby, where are you going? Jack, I love Prince. He's the best, but there's too much smoke. Because the whole thing, in a regular show, Prince ain't allowing smoking. Prince ain't allowing, and everyone's got their phones out. Back then it was flip phones with the terrible footage that they're getting, but different rules for celebrities, and just insane. He did Shook Me All Night Long that night by AC/DC with Tamar. But
oh man. The only AC/DC song we did together was Thunderstruck. And he, I remember when he was trying to play that, he was, because I believe it's all on the B string, and he was like, and he was trying to play it, and he stopped and he said, I can't believe that guy did that the whole song. So he clearly had a little bit of, if Prince would have, we never talked about AC/DC specifically, but I think if he was ever a fan of a rock band, it would have been AC/DC, because AC/DC, in a way, not to go on a little side tangent diatribe about AC/DC, but the reason they were so cool is they accentuated both the white and the black audiences. They were hard on the 1, the 2, the 3, and the 4. They were, when you listen to You Shook Me All Night Long, it's do ga do ga do. They always hung on all 4 beats. They were so heavy, and the guitars were so clean and pure, and the production was so, by Mutt Lange was so clean that you couldn't help but love them. And the fact that he let on that he was listening to them was really, I was really happy to find out that he was listening to AC/DC, and he knew of Angus, even if not by name. He knew who Angus Young was by as a player, and that came out on occasion. I'm actually glad I wasn't there for You Shook Me All Night Long. I'm sure it was hacked to death, but Thunderstruck, he had a lot of respect for the fact that Angus did that in one take and got that all done.
It's just one of those moments, because then you're hearing like Take Me With You and a few other things that he's done before, and then it's just like, what? AC/DC? What?
Yeah.
It was just one of those
Well,
moments. Just like when he did the one time where he did The Middle by Jimmy Eat World at the Avalon in 2008 Oscar party. Just ridiculous. When he do these covers and then just be one time and done. It wasn't like he added the Cars Let's Go to set list, and then it was a Third Eye Girl staple for a bit.
yes.
You know, not, he did it in 2009 as well at a few shows, including the Avalon show I mentioned, but it became a Third Eye Girl staple. It's just so interesting when he would do these random covers, and most of the time it would be sometimes a one-off, just like Creep and Radiohead at Coachella.
Mm-hmm.
So let's trigger some more memories for people, if you don't mind. This one, Audra. I literally grew up in the middle of cornfields and had very little access to R&B and funk. She probably was listening to AC/DC. As a child, I had to stay up late, and the atmospheric conditions had to be just right to pick up KXOK signal out of St. Louis, and they had a late night soul funk show. From the first time I heard Delirious, I was hooked. The first time my mom let me and my best friend run free at the mall was my first opportunity to buy one of his albums. I saw him on that bike in a large Purple Rain cardboard cutout, and I plunked down my allowance to buy that record. This started me on my never-ending quest to get as much of his music as possible. Every soundboard recording, bootleg, you name it.
Yeah.
Prince has accompanied me throughout my whole life, the ups, downs, and in-betweens. His music brings me so much joy and happiness. I was fortunate to see him in concert 3 times, and I cherish those memories. Prince expanded my mind and showed me the world is indeed a very interesting and funky place. I love that. It was something different than concert. Sheila Williams Ridge, seeing him at Paisley Park in the wee hours of the morning was always so amazing. We were not getting pulled over by the Carver County Police. Today is tough, but I'm thankful for everyone sharing such special memories. This one, maybe I'll remember this one. Sean Milner Todd at the Musicology concert in Los Angeles. It was the week when he appeared on the cover of Rolling Stone magazine, had floor seats thanks to the MPG fam. He was up on stage, posed up with the magazine like he was reading it and digging the dude on the cover. I believe the cover talked about a comeback, but mind you, we all knew he never left the scene. Prince smiled in that Prince-like smirk he did, and he threw the magazine out to the audience. I caught it, tucked it away as I fended off offers of hundreds to buy it from me. One of my favorites, but so many others. I'd like to see that magazine and what condition it's in now. All right, this one, and we'll go to it. My friend, I know him, hope he's doing well, Rod Webb. First heard of Prince in 1979. First Prince TV viewing, American Bandstand, 1980. First Prince album, Controversy on Cassette, 1985. 4 years late, I know. First Prince concert, Love Sexy, 88, LA Sports Arena. First after show, The Palace in Hollywood, 1988. Legendary performances. Last time CP performed, Jimmy Kimmel, 2012. And this will be it. This is going to let you into this because I'm sure you may have something for this. PETA, my first concert experience was on his birthday, 1990 in Hamburg, Germany. I was lucky to attend 7 concerts between 1990 and 2011, and one after show 1998 in Cologne. He was unbelievable and still lives in his music and my memories. Thank you, P. Love Sexy is the one. Peace and be wild. We'll stop right there for a minute. Now, when did you start being the drum person for Prince?
1990.
Hamburg.
Must have been the first show. I joined. Michael Bland said I was his personal drum tech in the Twin Cities for a time, and then he said, I think I need to bring you out to Paisley Park and just have you start showing up there. And I said, okay, cool. So I just showed up there, and Prince noticed that I noticed him noticing that he had his guy that was on Michael's payroll, not Prince's, just sitting like this behind Michael to his right. And Prince was, I think, was interested in the body language of how Michael and I related. And Michael would turn when he broke something, and I would know what he broke, and I would go fix it. And because everyone knows Michael's a bigger guy, he would just have to look over his shoulder, and I would already have the right thing in my hand. And we were like an auto racing pit, like a pit crew. We we practiced him breaking a kick drum pedal. We practiced him breaking a cymbal. We practiced. Michael was insistent that we practice breaking every different part of the drum kit, and I would have to go in and swap it out. And we got good at it, really good at it. And Prince noticed that and said, we should probably take your guy on the road. And he asked about me, and Michael said, yeah, he's amazing. So I went on the road from, I don't know, 90 through 94, right? And then left in April of 94 when Sheila pretty much hired me away from Prince. Sheila said, whatever your salary is, she came to hear me at Bunkers and at Whiskey Junction. She said, whatever your salary is, I'll double it. And of course she didn't. She added like 200 a week or something to it. So in true Sheila fashion, she's like, I'll double it. And it was like a couple hundred more. But I did. I had the guts enough to quit and say, I think there's something more for me than just tending Michael and his drums and vacuuming his riser and getting him a couple of fresh Cokes every day. I think there's something more to that. And I let my gut lead the way, and I went out with Sheila on the road and mixed Sheila from 94 to, I don't know. I did a bunch of E-Train, Sheila E and the E-Train shows. And at one of those shows, a couple of years later, so in 1996, I get a call from a guy, and he said, yeah, is this Scottie P? And I said, yeah, thick New York accent. Is this Scottie P? And I said, yeah, who's this? Yeah, my name is Jack Leitenberg. I'm a manager for Sheila E. And I said, okay, what do you need? And he said, I got a client. I don't want to say who it is, but he saw you mix Sheila E. and he said you were amazing. And I've been trying to track you down for a couple of days. And I said, well, what do you want? He said, he wants you to mix his tour. And I said, well, what's his name? Who is it? And he said, his name is Maxwell. And I said, I don't know who that is. And he said, well, he knows who you are. And he said, do me a favor. Do you have a record store near you? And I said, yeah. And I said, I got a Borders Books across the street. And he said, here's my number. Go over to the Borders, buy this kid's record, come back, look at it, look on the back of the record. It's his picture. And tell me if you, and I come back and I call him 45 minutes later. I said, I know exactly the guy. I remember talking to him after a show, and he was really complimentary about the mix and the fact that I was singing from front of house. I was mixing, but I was singing. I was covering parts of the harmonies that they didn't have covered. And I was mixing, and I was really into it. And he said, you made an impression on him. He said, when I get, I said, I know what you're going to say. When I get signed, you're my sound guy. And so I have to actually credit Maxwell with me being here today, talking with you, Doc, because Maxwell was good on his word, and he came back and he found me, and he said, this is the only guy that's going to mix my tour, whatever the cost. And so I got what I wanted, what I asked for. I mixed Maxwell on tour from 96, Urban Hang Suite, all the way through 99. I remember one particular show at the Greek Theater, I don't remember what year, that we finished a show, and I turned around to start tearing down. And I looked up, and it was Philip Bailey. Verdine White, Brian McKnight. I think D'Angelo was there, but I don't really remember. And there were a whole bunch of artists waiting, like, can I have your number? Can I have your number? And I was like, absolutely. So I gave my number out to all these artists. And it was, I have to credit Maxwell specifically, as much as I do Prince, for keeping me in the game, because I thought, well, I'll mix Maxwell. And then I moved on to Seal, and I had a kind of a bad experience on Seal. And I thought, well, maybe that's all I want to do. And so it was really Maxwell's faith in me that said, no, you need to come out and mix me. And I got recognized for my talent by so many artists because of Maxwell. And Prince was a hero of Maxwell. So all of that happened because of Prince. All of that was because of the ethic that was instilled in me by working with Prince on a daily basis.
Right.
Um, that was completely normal to us that worked with him. But we didn't know that when you left Prince, you could do anything, anywhere, and it was all easy.
For sure. And those are just good experiences to have. A couple of questions. I'm going to ask two at once just to have it covered because it could probably be combined. Brandon says, why did Prince never amp it up louder through the years? Don't get me wrong, it was loud, but I remember the loudest show was seeing Lenny Kravitz. And then another one was, Scottie, were you in Atlanta for the Act 2 show in March 1993 when Prince was snowed
Yes.
in after the show? Can you
Yes.
confirm or deny that Prince played piano for a hotel guest in the atrium of Hotel Nico while marooned there overnight? Do you remember that?
I don't remember that. I don't remember
Doesn't mean it
because
didn't happen.
what just so people know that typically on Western tours. Now I'll go into the fact that I work in Asia exclusively now. On Western tours, they usually have some formation of what they call the ABC tour. You've never heard this before. ABC, artist, band, crew. Okay. So if a tour is broken up, they'll have the artist will have one hotel, the band will have another, and the crew will have another. That has been destroyed in recent years. It's easier for tour managers to book artist in one hotel or artist or band and crew in one hotel or artist band crew in one hotel. It's sort of destroyed. But back then in Prince in the early 90s in the heyday, it was artist band crew, ABC. So you had ABC. You had Robbie Pastor and Prince in an artist hotel with two different rooms. Okay. Prince had two different rooms, and you know why? So he could go to either room, and then they had the band hotel, which was a whole different hotel, and then you had the crew hotel, which was a whole different hotel. I was typically housed in the band hotel. I was considered a band member, so I was in the B hotel. So I traveled with the B party. I rode on the C bus, but then I would go to the B hotel. There was a lot of that going on, and it was just changing then. Now it's all different. It's booked by it's all different. Um, but I wasn't at the A hotel on that after that show, so I don't know that. I remember a lot of great shows in Atlanta. I remember at one with a lot of white curtains, and it had to be around Thanksgiving because Prince said, who's giving thanks tonight? Are y'all giving thanks? Do you think the turkeys are giving thanks? And so it had to be around in November at Atlanta at a club called like 2010 or 9010 or some sort of four numbers. Do you remember that, Doc? Have I stumped even you?
That wasn't 1993 because they played Atlanta.
No. I was doing sound, so it was like 2002, right?
Okay. All right. So the One Night Alone tour. But that was,
Yes.
by that time, you were already overseas. And then you played the Japan dates November, December. Then you flew back and you did Leno, and then you did the
December
Vegas
11, 12.
Right.
Right.
You were overseas at the time, so maybe it wasn't 2002. But maybe someone in this room will hear it and they'll be able that actually was there. Sorry to call you out on just my dates and my brain.
No, that's I love your brain about this. That's why I think you should be in charge of a bunch of shit that you're not. So but to put a not so fine a point on it, it was in Atlanta. We did some weird club that didn't even really have a PA. It was sort of the speakers were sort of everywhere. It was weird because I said hit the kick drum and it went doom, and it sort of happened. Normally you know where the speakers are, and this just sort of went doom, and I went, oh, I do hear a kick drum. Hit the snare, check the vocal, and they went check, and I went, I do hear a vocal. I'm not sure where the speakers are, but this is an after show. I'm pretty sure I'm going to get over $1,000 cash, whatever you want. And so there were some times that I was in it to win it for no matter what. And there are other times that I thought, please, may I please just get paid some money after the show? Because I really want cash. And I remember Prince, after one Dallas, there was an after show in Dallas because I met one of my favorite people in the world in Dallas. And that night for the first time. And we did a show at some arena, and then they said, "Oh, now we're gonna have an after show." And I had to run from our our discussion, and run to an after show. And I think it was the last, if I remember right, it was the last show of a tour. Does that sound right, Doc?
For which one?
2003, 2002, I don't know.
2003.
I don't know. And
2003. You're talking about Australia.
no,
You're talking Hawaii.
no. It was
Okay. 2004
because it was
Okay.
Dallas. It was an arena. So we finished some show, and we left, and went to this after show, and they set the soundboard up in the wrong place. They set it up at the back of a room on the second floor where I couldn't hear anything, and I didn't have any reference monitors. And I thought, oh my God, there are people walking to go back and forth in front of me to get Budweisers, and I can't even hear the band playing. And I heard Prince like saying, "Scotty, turn it up," and I would barely heard it. And I was like, "Okay, I'll turn up Maceo, I'll turn up Candy, I'll turn up John." And Belinda, my friend Belinda Marshall, who's a dear friend of mine, she was sort of going, "Yeah, bass, turn it up." Yeah, bass. Yeah, she was kind of giving me, because I was so far away I couldn't hear it. But at the end of that show, Trevor came over to me. Trevor
Allen.
Allen. Yeah, Trevor Allen came over to me and he said, "Here, man." And it was a stack of cash, a big, like a movie stack that you never will ever see in your life. I was like, "What is this?" And he goes, "I don't know." He said, "Give all the after show money to Scotty." And so I took the money, and it was in three big bands of money, and I just jammed them in my pockets. And I didn't say a word, pulled the shirt over it, and got in the van with the other crew members. And they all went, "Hey, are we getting paid for this after show?" And I was like, "Yeah, are we getting paid for this after show? What's going on here?" And I went to the hotel, and I flopped it out on the bed, and it turned out it was $6,000 in cash. That I went, man. And Prince was inspired by the sound, and he said, "Give this all to Scotty." And he didn't pay the band, he didn't pay the crew, so he was that sort of strangely random, where he would just pay the person, or pay the band, or don't pay the crew, or pay the crew, don't pay the band, pay Scotty everything. He was just sort of at the whim of his emotions. And I actually, I felt that in my work in Asia. I felt that later in my career, but it's not been all the time. Anyone following me or my career, they know that since 2018, I've been exclusively in Asia. That's all. I only work in Asia now, and by choice. And I felt that from certain artists who have that. They're a little bit frosty. They're looking for the old. They're looking for the vintage feel, and that danger that comes without time code, that comes without click tracks, that comes without playback. They want that danger. They want to be on the edge. They don't want to know for sure that the shoot's going to open. And I really love that about certain artists with whom I work.
And I think at that Dallas show, the 2004 one, Erykah Badu was at that after show performing with him. I believe so.
Maybe.
So,
if she was, I didn't see her because they put me in the fucking back.
Tisk. Probably, if you were by her, you probably would have had a contact high that night. Here's Paul, a special show, 2000. I want to say 2003. I believe it was August. So many gigs, the best were the unexpected. The night of the premiere of the One Night Alone live DVD release at the Universal City Walk Theater. He played a surprise show after a BB King's. He's saying he played the news album, but he didn't play all of it. He actually, he did that night. He did Speechless by Beyonce. He didn't sing at all. And he had Eric Leeds. He taught Eric how to play Where the Saints Go Marching In on keyboard at that time.
Yeah.
He never spoke or sung a word. Correct, Paul. You were there, Dr. Funkenberry, J7. Then you handed out the ticket on the way in. I'll never forget that show. The other were the 2 warm-up gigs for Musicology at the House of Blues in Vegas, 2 a.m. gigs. Flew out the night, expecting to fly back that morning. Now, when it comes to the Universal thing, we were having it play at different theaters. And that was an idea that myself and a person that worked for Universal at the time, who's a huge fan and a great friend of mine named Tamiko, if it wasn't for her, that show probably wouldn't have taken place. But we were already thinking of it like, what if we have it show there and then Prince plays somewhere? And she's like, I want it to be LA. And I'm like, well, it's going to be LA. But we won't put it out there that he could show up somewhere, so you don't have someone in Seattle getting upset. But I loved it when things like that would come together. And then the Bay Area was having a party that weekend. I'm telling people, like, just make sure you're back by Monday. Make sure you're back on Monday night, because it ain't just going to be a movie. And people weren't listening to me until it officially got announced. I'm like, why you guys, like, listen? It's just
it's funny because you everyone thinks people often think that the world revolves around LA, New York, certain markets. And the thing that I liked for a lot about Prince was that here's a guy who did his Purple Rain premiere in what city, Doc?
Purple Rain premiere, wasn't that in Michigan?
No, he's like it was like Arizona somewhere, right?
Oh, you're talking about for the movie?
Yeah. He did something where he got off a plane. It was on MTV. Where was that?
Oh, you're talking about Sheridan, Wyoming, under the Cherry Moon premiere.
Sheridan, Wyoming. Because Prince understood that the super fans weren't always from LA and New York. He would go to these remote places. And so I always felt when he did things specifically for LA or New York or Toronto when he was married to Manny, I always was a little bit disappointed. I was like, oh man, the real fans are everywhere. Like those fans are everywhere.
Let me cut you off before you say stuff, because the only reason that Sheridan, Wyoming got that premiere was the MTV contest.
Yes.
And they did the contest, and the problem was so many people calling from New York, so many people calling from LA, major cities, they tied up the phone lines back then. Mm-hmm. Sheridan, Wyoming got through. Lisa Barber. Prince did not want to go. If I was them back then, you make a premiere, okay, in Sheridan, Wyoming, but then you have another one in LA or New York. And crazy, like Joe Davola, which is so interesting that was the producer of MTV that was going to say, we're going to sue Prince for breach of contract. It's so interesting because on Seinfeld, one of the characters that Jerry Seinfeld was afraid of was a guy named Crazy Joe Davola. I wonder if there was some sort of interest in it, but yes, he did play other places. The Sheridan, Wyoming, he tried to make the best of it that he did. And look, the only place they had to play there was that Holiday Inn.
Yeah.
And that roof was so low. When Prince jumped up to do the splits, it looked like he was about to hit the dang roof.
That was the most fun. And I talk about that, about after shows, that he was so aloof and so austere and so cryptic about everything he did. But when it came down to it, he always wanted to connect with the most basic audience, which was his core fans. He always celebrated, especially in 2002, he was able to celebrate the NPG Music Club. He wanted the people that liked him and enjoyed him the most as close to him as possible. And I saw my friend Julia jump on this chat on Instagram. And I met Julia at I think it was the NPG store, that he had open in Uptown across from Filio's back in the day. Like he tried to do things that were local, that were close and that could actually make a difference, and you could touch him and be close with him. And that is so anti-Prince. He's so like cool and behind the glasses and austere, right? And reflective, and everything's mirrored, and he's so cool. And he never really broke that veneer. I didn't see that break often. I didn't see that he didn't like turn into a whole different person with me ever. So I'm not saying that I broke through. I don't know if anyone ever really broke through, and maybe that was really just him. But that's a guy who was on 24/7 his whole career. He was him. And when they unearthed that little short clip of him talking about teachers a couple of years ago, it was so sweet, because that is Prince. That looked like Prince was Prince when he was 8 or 10 years old too. So he really was him through and through. And there were very few people that got close enough to really break through and really experience the inner circle, the real inner circle, the way some of us didn't.
Right. There was something that you said. I'll come back to it because it's too long right now. But there's other stuff that people are saying. Of course, Record Store Day here in Australia. Make sure you get that Taylor Swift. Prince Estate. It takes a year to get stuff ready for Record Store Day, and I haven't been hearing anything. Yeah. Just saying, like, if you leave it up to the labels, that's why you're gonna get stuff that's already out there. So the person that's in there, open your mouth. So listening to P play Over the Rainbow at Piano and Microphone, February 16, 2016, talking about The Wizard of Oz, or one of my favorite memories from a very emotional show. Someone's asking this, Scottie, but it can just be like a yes or no answer. Were you a part of the Welcome to Canada tour in Toronto? And did you stay at the Ritz-Carlton?
Welcome to Canada was what year? Doc, I'm so glad. What year?
2010 for that one.
No.
No, that was
2010.
Excuse me, 2011. After the LA shows. I apologize, because Andy was
2011.
I apologize.
2011, I had left Gaga. In 2010, I had gone on to Scissor Sisters. I was with Scissor Sisters. So for sure, I was busy 10, 11, and 12 with Scissor Sisters. And that gets back to a point I was making earlier, that when you were a band member, I don't care if you were Cat or Michael Bland or Tony M or Carmen, it didn't matter. If you were a band member, Morris Hayes, if you were a band member with Prince, when you would finish something, the very first question on your fucking mind was, what are we doing next? When are we going to do something next? How much time do I have to get ready for the next thing? And I never thought like that. I didn't have to. As soon as I was done with something, I'd say, when are we done? February 15th? Cool. I got a February 22nd rehearsal starting in LA for this other artist. And so technicians had the advantage of jumping from tour to tour to tour. We weren't looked at as band members at all. And Prince didn't consider technicians band members. He considered me a band member only because I was part of the musical process. And he would say, Scott, well, you're a band member. And he tried to give me at one point, he tried to give me a drum pad, like an SPD, a Roland drum pad to do claps and sound effects and stuff out front. And I said, hey man, I can't do it. There's too much of a delay between when you guys are actually playing it and when I hear it. It's a tenth of a millisecond. I can't, it's too late. I'll be late. I can't be late. I can't do that. And so I kind of got out of it, but he considered lights and sound, the lighting engineer and the sound engineer, to be band members. They were part of the band. They were part of what was musical. Everyone else was sort of crew. And I talked earlier about the artist, the ABC, artist band crew, and he really lived up to that.
Now, Ellis is bringing up to me about, like, because of LA and New York, like, places got skipped because he's in the Bay Area. All right, man. Mind you, 1993, after that show that you went to at the Civic Auditorium, He did that notorious after show where he lost his voice. Our LA
What year
dates,
is this?
1993. Our LA dates got postponed because he didn't have a voice anymore. So it was just a few days later, and it was right around the Rodney King civil trial. And just the city was a little bit on edge. You can just feel it. And then I'll say this, even though like the Bay Area got the love from that, that show, when he did Purple Rain, the sense of togetherness that we had in that room, and then sing lyrics to what would end up being race, excuse me. Race is the space-time mark human. Cut me, cut you, we both bleed the same color red. Then 1, 2, 3, and you go right back into the Purple Rain guitar solo. But it's so interesting because the Bay Area, you guys always brought it when I went to shows over there, because he skipped LA for a few years. After the Highwood Bowl had that strict 11 p.m. curfew in 1998, and Prince had to go to the Key Club at the time, he was pissed at that after party. He didn't even come in. But then he avoided it. When he was doing the first few rounds of the Hit and Run tour, he did the Bay Area, where the Warriors played at the time, which would be Oracle later on.
Yeah, Oracle. Yeah.
Then the night before, because we already got tickets, he did San Diego. That Oracle show, he had his first ever sound check for the music club. And Carrie was there. Tamiko was there again. And Tamiko said, why is LA not getting any love? And then he made a comment to her about, like, your police are trying to cut me off at 11 p.m. You know, if they ain't going to be like that. But he's like, we'll see if we can make it work. And of course, he did Leno 2 shows that week, and then he did another Palladium show 2001 May 4th for that one. But, you know, just want to make sure, yes, these other places they play out. He even said in the 2001 sound check, he talked about playing Denver and how loud they were in that 2001 show. He's like, that they were just off the rails. And we see it from Houston shows, the ones that were pro shot. Houston at that time, you know, very Republican-y, very just down earth, but they would lose their mind over Prince on those tours. It was great to see. Sorry, those moments, Scotty. See, I can go on little tangents as well.
And that's a new word. You're going to have to enter that in. Republican-y. Republican-y. I like it.
I mean, I had like a
there's no Democrat version of that. No. Republican-y. It just felt Republican-y. A lot of things feel Republican-y nowadays.
A CNN interview in 1981, and I posted a clip of it last year on my TikTok, where a person was all like, you know, Prince is going to be really big, like even in the Reagan era, and she's like, yeah, probably in spite of it. You know, just some of those things. And I like someone gave me a bunch of videotapes and other stuff. I go through it, I archive, have different things. I can't put up everything that I have one day. But I love little anecdotes like that. So yeah, Republican-y.
Did he really give you songs as payment? Do you have songs that he gave you as payment?
He gave me stuff, some rehearsals, and he wanted me to put them on Bandcamp or other place and sell them. And like, he's like, keep the money for it. I'm like, this ain't gonna work out good for me.
Because that's really interesting to me, because I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I figured this is the only forum in which to really, is that he knew he was very acutely aware of the fact that his art was monetizable. And so in lieu of paying you a fee, which I think that he didn't want to pay you an actual dollar amount, because it would be perverse to the relationship you two had, that it was easier for him to give you a song or 2 or 3 or a rehearsal in lieu of an actual payment, because then it was not transactional in the sense of being a dollar and cent figure, and it kept your relationship as somewhat informal, but yet formal enough for you to get paid down the line. And when you told me that, sort of by my pushing a little bit, and you told me that, I was like, yes, that meant that you meant that. That means to me that you meant more to him than a dollar transactional effect.
Well, I did. He would pay through PayPal, not through the bank. So it'd be like a
Mm.
donation of 10,000 here, 5,000
Uh,
here, 7,000 there. He'd love an article I wrote. Julia would be like, "Hey, he's going to send you another 3K." I'm like, "Okay, cool." Um, but for the songs, it was just kind of a trip, and it's just because sometimes, because Julia would not only be like a manager at the time, just like Karen, like she was actually doing some of the engineering jobs. And it just came to a point where they're doing so much, they're sending it to me and asking me to edit it, like fade it in at this time, fade it out.
mm,
So I have a little bit longer versions and stuff that was POUT and some other stuff like he gave to me. Then a few hours before we're supposed to put it out, don't put it out. Hold on to it. All
mm,
right. Then there would be some stuff that he knew I had. Like I had stuff organized in my place, albeit if some people went to my house and be like, Jay, organized. Definitely more now. But like he asked for like a purple pick of the week. It wasn't for purple pick of the week, but he asked me for his version of When Will We Be Paid that he made in the early
mm,
2000s. And they needed it in FLAC. And he knew that I didn't like MP3s and other stuff. I'm like, yeah, give me a little bit of time. Let me get back home. You know, I'd find the disc, put it up there, upload it to WeTransfer, and just do stuff like that. Then 2 days later was the purple pick of the week. So there'd be stuff like he didn't have the Tamar album on hand. And I interviewed Tamar on my show. And then like Karen was hitting me up like, hey, if you have the Tamar album, can you send it to him? Like, yeah, I'm going to put it in a FLAC WeTransfer file. And then, you know, I think he was trying to upload it, but he found like YouTube links of it and posted it that night. But there would be stuff. It's just, I didn't feel super comfortable with things. And of course, you know, from sometimes the payments of 10 or 15, like he would make sure he would say it's from the NPG because he knew I didn't want money directly from him or other stuff because he's wanting me to do PR for other artists and other things, just like when I'd be in the studio with them. Because I didn't want to be paid by him directly, but it got to that point where the first thing was like in 2010 when he found out who I was and whatnot. He knew the online identities, face not so
mm,
much. And then Karen hits me up after he found out that I was the person that he remembered all these years and the other things. Other people say it differently, but that's not true. Not understand why they say it. But Karen sends me an email in 2010. Jeremiah, Prince wants to do a new website and an Instagram and Twitter account, wants you to run it. And I went, that's great. Here's my bank account.
yeah.
Karen went silent. And I heard from a tech, he was pissed, but he respected me that I wouldn't work for free. Those are the things that I kind of do now. But I didn't want him to pay me per se. But when he started asking me to do more things, I kept
Yes.
getting more and more involved. Yeah, you know, I felt, and I was put on. And then Karen made a comment like, "You should have been on the payroll since 2008 or whatnot." And she's like, "That was my mistake." Although I don't think she was around at that time,
No.
but I appreciated it, and that there was an emphasis of Prince to try to get me caught up on what he felt was back pay. That'd be through PayPal. There would be some stuff through MPG Publishing, and I have those things. But yeah, when it came to the music, I just felt that's a little bit too much. You know, I
Yeah.
felt
Yeah.
just kind of crossing a line. Like I put it out; it's not my property. Although they worked out a thing with SoundCloud, so my stuff wouldn't be taken down. That I put up there and put out there for them until LV was able to create third iTunes and have stuff sold through that.
I see.
Sorry, I just want stuff to be correct or all these things.
No, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's what it is. It's about getting it down and getting it correct. I see Catherine asked, can you ask Scottie to expand on when he said Prince was a very, very special artist? I know he was, but I can't explain why. There's so much art in the world, but he's different. He is different because a couple of reasons, Catherine. One is that his art was immediate. His art was live, and he was such a prolific live performer it would be equal to someone being a great painter, and then you love and go see their paintings, but then you go see them live and they paint a painting live, and live that painting that they paint was going to be another classic. And painters don't do that, and writers don't do that. Stephen King doesn't do that. People don't, TV stars and movie stars don't do that. They don't do it live. It's not live. Prince was prolific because he was recorded, and he had recorded ideas that really made sense. And then when you came to see the recorded versions of it, he would give you that, and he'd give you so much more. So he's to let the cat out of the bag a little bit. He Anita Baker, you Doc, you know who Anita, I mean, most people here know who Anita Baker is.
Yes.
Anita Baker contacted me in 2012 and said, "Hey, I'm a big fan of your work." I thought she had the wrong person. I thought she thought I was somebody else. And she said, "I'm a huge fan of your work." And I'm thinking, well, I'm an engineer. There's no way you've got the right person. She said, "My son and I have been to several shows you've mixed." And I went, "Oh, she does know who she has." And she said, I want to work with you someday." And then we couldn't make it work out in 2012. I was busy. She was busy. And then we've only really recently gotten together to the point where I will probably make a trip to Vegas just to have lunch and talk with her about her career and what she wants to do. I said, "Do you want me to mix you?" She said, "No, for sure not. I want that brain. I want to talk to you about the procedure and how things work and how you think and your creativity and how you envision sound and how you see things and how you can see colors when you mix and where you place things." And she's interested in the process. And that's something, that anecdote is meant to say that real artists like Anita Baker, like Prince, are interested in the process of how what gets them to the state of being, what gets them to the state of artistic endeavor. And things that they do aren't always commercial. They won't always be a great seller. They won't always be a top 10 hit. But if there's something that that artist is trying to say, then it's worth doing it just to get it out and to get it down and to get it out to a live audience. And I consider Anita Baker no less a great artist as I do Prince. As a matter of fact, if you look up, I have no idea. If you look up Anita Baker and Prince, I bet award-wise, they're probably kind of similar. I'm guessing that, I don't know how, geez, I should have thought about that before I said it. But if somebody knows the number of, well,
Grammys.
Anita I know she never won an Oscar. I'm pretty sure of that. And Prince did. But what is their Grammy count? If we're going to count things, if we're going to actually count.
I'll get into that. And also, just so you know, if Anita credits Prince on why she owns her masters now.
That's exactly right. And we've had that discussion. We talked about that over the phone. She's like, "He's the reason that I own my masters. He's the reason I fought so hard to own what is mine." And if it comes out of her brain and her soul and her heart, why should it belong to a bunch of guys who are in a tower in New York? Like, that doesn't make any sense. None of it makes any sense. And so Prince had his problems and he had his faults. And I'm perfectly willing to discuss those as a point of learning rather than just idle gossip or chatter. I'm willing to talk about those faults that Prince had, because he was always reaching further than his faults to get to something that is basic artistry, like Anita Baker, like Herbie Hancock, like Miles Davis, like Stevie Wonder, like Aretha Franklin, like Donny Hathaway, like so many artists who are trying to reach at the core of their artistry to do something different than just give them a fucking payday. And those are the artists that I respect. And those are the ones that I admire, and those are the ones that I will always work with no matter what the circumstance.
Right. Anita, 7 Grammy wins, by the way. So
Prince.
there we go. Prince is around the same with that. You know, he got, it's just crazy with Call My Name, how many it has compared to what Purple Rain got and whatnot. So he won 3 that night. So got to 7, and Future Baby Mama won a Grammy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
yeah, so
and it's, go ahead.
Yeah, no, Grammys, again, as referenced, if people are hanging out from the early part of the conversation, I'm not that into competition. I don't think it's worth much. I think it's fun in athletics. Competition and scorekeeping is fun in athletics because when you have athletes, you have people who don't need to be cute.
Mm-hmm.
They don't need to be attractive or sexy. They need to be able to put a ball or a puck or something in a hole. It's usually something in a hole. And if you can do that well, you're going to be well paid. And then they have to keep score to see who wins and loses. But as far as artists, I'm not really about Grammys and numbers and Oscars and Tonys.
Right.
I think all that shit's for the artists and the producers. That's all just one big jerk fest. I don't think it counts for anything. I have friends, close friends, who've won Tonys and Oscars, and they go, "Man, I won an Oscar. Did you see that?" I go, "Yeah," because I don't, unless you say the game was 7-5, we won. Then I go,
Right.
"Cool, we can quantify that." But all those things are they're all they're subjective. And I think the work is where the win comes and not the awards. And in that way, Prince and I are eye to eye. I don't care to win awards. Sorry.
And as he said, it was easy for him to say that back then because he wasn't winning any. Prince has 7, Anita has 8. Just so you know. Sorry, I got that wrong.
What?
So yeah. And then someone brought up about,
So when are we going to do an Anita Baker podcast? Come on, huh?
When we get her on.
We'll get her on.
Okay. Right. So we can have her be at Paisley or do a roundtable discussion with you, me, and Dave Hampton. And Anita. So good. Shannon, I got to see Prince in Louisville at the Palace in 2015. That was Hannah's first show in Kentucky. And Prince would like surprise people. We wouldn't let them know. And then it's like they would find out about these shows on my site. Gucci, the bass player, would tell me, like, my wife knows where I'm going to next before I do. It's like we don't know tour dates until it's on your site.
Yeah.
The cool thing about that 2015 show is the greatest of all time was watching the greatest of all time. Muhammad Ali was there. So that's pretty cool. And then Get Swifty talks about, like, he got more respect for Prince way back in the day, right before the Purple Rain tour kicked off. He would stop in Detroit, and after the concert, he'd call on the air to electrify Mojo. Yep, I remember those, and having those conversations, especially the ones from '86 when he came there to celebrate his birthday. So I'm like, hold on, and of course it froze. I'm like 15 minutes behind on comments. Lost his voice during the Earth Tour too. He would lose his voice later on in his career because, like, when he was trying to do 3 shows a night. Who does Scottie think was Prince's favorite band of his throughout the years? You don't have to answer that question if you don't want to. But there you go.
Who do I think? What? Say it again, please.
What does Sandra wants to know? Who does Scottie think was Prince's favorite band of his throughout the years?
Ooh. There's no way to answer that. I wish I could, because I look at it like this. Here's a way to answer that without actually answering it. If you had Michael Bland as your drummer, right? If you had Michael Bland in 1990, starting on the SNL through 94 or something, right? Or whatever. Why would you ever go to anyone else? If you had Michael Bland already, why would you go to Cora? Why would you go to John? Like, people say, oh, John. But if you had Michael Bland already, why would you go to anyone else? It's because he wanted a different flavor. If you keep going into Baskin Robbins week after week, it's a summer night, it's fucking 90, you're with your family, it's hot, you show up at Baskin Robbins and you say, give me vanilla. And you do vanilla or chocolate or tutti frutti, like over and over and over. At some point, you're going to say, I want raspberry banana fondue. You're going to choose something else just to have something different. And I think Prince did that with band members. So I don't think Prince would tell you, he would say something like, all of my bands were my favorite. They were all my favorite at different times. He'd give some cryptic answer like that. They were all my favorite for different reasons. He would not want to single out anyone or put anyone on the spot. I have my personal opinion for what his best era was and what his best band was for him. But as far as what Prince would want and choose to be his favorite band, he would never say, he would be too cool to say one specific band. But I know you all have your favorite. My question is to you. What is your favorite band that Prince ever had and why?
See, and I used to say, again, I would just say the Next. I can't say that no more.
Yeah.
I ain't saying nothing. Because I love them all. I have relationships with them all. You know, from people that were there in 79, people that were there in 82, 85, 86, throughout the years. 2013, 2015, not doing it. But I just love that he had so many amazingly talented musicians around him. You know, some that are no longer with us, some that just have retired from the business, but thankful that they were part of his journey. And through all that, through ours. Yeah. And Neil says this, what up? I still need to post to Neil's thing about Twitter. I didn't want to do that this week. I think it was pretty clear that almost to a fault, he hated to concede any comparisons of any nostalgia. True. You know, and some people say Revolution MPG. I ain't saying nothing. I think they were all amazing and brought different things to the table. Now, we're going to wrap up. Yeah, we're going to wrap up. Mm-hmm. Well, crap. I want to wrap up and then because I want us to get to the after show. But
we have an after show.
A good time here. You have to use the restroom yet?
No. Nope.
Okay.
I'm good to go.
If I break the seal, then we're in trouble. I remember people didn't know. Like I had like surgery on my foot, and I was doing these 3-4 hour shows with you and other people, and no one had any idea. My foot was just elevated because I didn't want anyone knowing what the heck I was going through. But it would just be like, do not break the seal. That's how I looked at it for stuff. Let me get to a few more. Oh, well, it went away. Hold on. Nope, it didn't. Yeah, it did. Just the people's memories of the shows. Trying to get to them all, but it's hard. There were a couple foot surgeries. We don't need another one. So let's just go on to that.
No.
But back to the shows. There's so many comments and trying to hit them all. So I apologize and thank you, Scottie, for your patience on it. Because sometimes
it's my pleasure. I'm just sad that I only made one margarita
so far. So you'll have to take a break to get another one.
I ran out of lime juice. You have to squeeze real limes for it. Yeah, that's not cool at all. I'm gonna have to go to wine. I hope y'all are okay with me busting out a glass of red. Yeah. Why did Prince? You were the one who told me why Prince drank wine through a straw, and I didn't know that.
So he wouldn't stain his teeth.
Wouldn't stain his teeth. And I would see him often drinking wine, and I always thought, I wonder if he's drinking wine because he would have a straw. And I thought that's weird, but that's true. It does stain your teeth. But isn't there some sort of badge of honor in having your fucking gums like sort of a dark purple from knowing that you're messed up on wine? Come on now.
Badge of honor for who?
All of us.
Okay.
So we're going to you want to keep this stream going because you want to keep everybody here.
Right. So
Are
we'll
we
chill
gonna?
for a bit longer. And
Okay.
then I still would like us to do an after show, but maybe it'll just be one long show.
No, and I can go take a little. I do need a refill, Shauna.
Okay. We hit it.
But yeah, I can mute myself and how can I sort of, or you can mute me, right? And I'll be back in a few
Yeah.
minutes, and then
This way I can
I'll be
share a
fresh.
few stories, and I'll
Yes.
try to make sure some that you weren't part of, just so I know that
Okay.
the fans are being seen and being heard. Because
Okay. Great.
when I first did this show before, Prince loved that I paid attention to them and made sure that they were being heard. And I feel
Great.
lately the fans aren't being heard enough. So I just think it's
Great.
important. My man, go ahead, do your thing. If you
Okay.
want me
I'll
to
do
pull
my
you
thing.
off, I can pull you off for a bit too. But
Will
actually,
you be able to see me? Will you be able to see me when I come back?
yes.
Okay. Cool. You pull me off. I'll see you.
Yes. He will be back. Don't be scared. We're going to lose a few viewers because it's just me on the screen. Kathy Deal says, every Prince moment is my favorite. I saw him over 40 times. For the grandeur of the arena shows, to the intimate Paisley Park parties, that went into the wee hours of the morning. He's left an indelible mark on my heart and soul. R.I.P. to the Purple Yoda. Cynthia said he gave me his tambourine at the Bataclan Paris after show in 2002. To this day, nobody can touch it. Dirk says first concert new tour in Belgium in a kind of golden circle avant la lettre, a few meters away from the stage. The Future 1999 opened the show. Still two favorites of mine. Christina says his concert at the Memorial Auditorium on May 6, 2001 in Sacramento, California. I was front center stage and he came over to me, said hello, and reached down and grabbed my hand. Best day ever. Beverly says, every performance was perfection. I'm thankful for the opportunity to see him perform 32 separate times, even stood outside the Baltimore Arena and listened to a performance because it was sold out. Prince's music is woven throughout my life since I was 14. He is the most beautiful one, and his legacy is forever. Oh yeah, recent fave is the smile on my face when my 2-year-old grandson visits me and wraps up in his Uncle Prince blanket. So that's the only way I drink anything is with the straw. There you go. Straw drinkers. Ryan Brown, that night when my buddy and I were invited on stage to play during a sound check was cool, but to watch this show front row getting the lesson is available on the One Night Alone album. Mark Kelly, 21 Nights in London, and after showing Indigo, he walked off stage with his guitar and came outside a door to the crowd. I was a couple of feet from him as he just kept jamming. Pretty amazing night. First concert, Maple Leafs Garden, Purple Rain Tour. I was 17 then. That's Ron Harris. Mark Haley, so many. After 38 live performances at Sony Paisley Park visits, talking with him and other fans at the One Night Alone sound check in Chicago, the celebrations, dancing at Paisley while he DJ'd. Having him sit a few rows back from us and rehearse Extraordinary from the seats with his boots up at the One Night Alone sound check in Kansas City. Remember that at LA too. He would just do that. And here's Scottie back listening to the Rainbow Children before it was released in the conference room at Paisley Park. Late night jam at the 3121 restaurant until the sun came up, and by far singing with him and other fans on stage in Louisville during sound check. That was a life-changing moment. So incredibly blessed by him and his music. Welcome to Chicago, Pam Younger. My first and only time to see him was Welcome to Chicago's first night. Oof, heard that wasn't a great show. My husband's lucky self got to see him 5 times. Best concert I've ever been to. I am glad that you enjoyed it. Took so long to clear the stage from the purple raindrops that when he finally came back on, most people had left, but we got to get closer to the stage and watch him ride his bike up the ramp. I absolutely loved the piano he had for that concert. Does anyone know they have it displayed at Paisley? Yes. It wasn't there, but in storage back and visited in 2016. Or if it isn't that one, it should be. All right, maybe Scottie went away again. Thank God the love doesn't die. Okay, it's interesting. It wasn't the same piano, but there's been others that have been around. I saw him at Paisley Park in concert at MPG. Best concert ever was Kristen. David Durglin, first time live with Charlotte in 1997 after missing him a few times before. It was everything I had hoped. Got to see him 4 more times after, and it was always such a joyful event. Rita Scott, first concert, Lakeland, Florida, Purple Rain Tour, GA, sit in line all day and end up in the 4th row. You may have to do that for shows nowadays, general admission. Rachel Skinner, what up, Rachel? My first Prince concert was on my 21st birthday, April 19th, 1997. San Jose State. Stood outside with my son, who was 2 months, and daughter, who was 2, to get the tickets since he canceled the first show because of people scalping tickets. Best 21st birthday ever. That's my parents for buying the tickets. My parents even brought a cake out there to celebrate my birthday. Kathy Krager, on this very date, I attended what turned out to be my last Prince concert, the Welcome to America tour at the Fabulous Forum in Inglewood, California. Took a friend who had never seen him before. I'd seen him several times. It was so fun to experience her excitement and joy. Remembering my first Prince concert at the same place during the Purple Rain tour. Tony Penny said they saw him 6 times. And the best was the Musicology in DC 2004. Sean, early days, Prince and Morris running around Northland Mall here in Detroit. My friend and I encountered them in front of Hudson's. Excited, we said hello. Morris went to his cool spiel trying to rap. Prince waved and took off running with that long trench coat. We were dying, so shy, never missed a concert. Christy, oh man, I'll never forget the first time I saw him in concert. I was in total amazement and just stunned. I couldn't move. I just stood there and watched his every move, with tears falling down my face. I thought to myself, I can't believe I'm here with him. The second time I got to see him, I was still stunned by his greatness. I danced and sang right along with him, 2 of the best days of my life next to giving birth to my children. Gino, Prince at the Hop Farm Festival in England, did a sound check while I was playing the first 2 songs. James followed up, we live to get funky. Amazing. Katrin, my first live gig, and the first time I seen him live on stage was the 87 Sign of the Times tour. It was amazing, and I was blown away with the whole show and how tall he looked on stage. I was completely in a trance and was truly convinced that he has more than a human. He was a genius, and also, like me, Gemini is zodiac sign. So I made a very special connection the next year in 88. He came again with the Love Sexy tour. I couldn't get tickets, so I went with my brother, also a Prince fan, and we tried to get in for free. And to our great surprise, we succeeded. Wow. And that was like it was written in the stars, and we managed to see him once again. So I was just 20 years of age when I saw him live on stage, and a whole new Purple Prince world opened up for me. He helped me to become the person I am now, and took me 2 hard times in my life. I think it means took me through hard times in my life. Therefore, Prince Rogers Nelson, I'm truly grateful for you. Thank you. It's pretty cool. I'm sure a lot of you guys feel that way as well. Janice had so many unique, special experiences, friends, travels, elation with him because of him, and even in spite of him. Canceled Glam Slam show in Miami. My most treasured will always still have his music. Paul saw Prince in the Parade Hit and Run tour in Denver 86. Joni Mitchell was there too. Super badass show. Sheila E. was in the crowd wearing a fur coat. Ben Marshall discovered his music back in 2005, 2006 when I used to browse the music section of my local library. Very cool. I came across the Hits and B-Sides album. The cover intrigued me. Who was this cool dude with the oddly shaven beard? I never heard anything so different in my life. And down the rabbit hole I went, exploring his career via Prince forums and bootleg download sites. I became obsessed very quickly and followed his career, finding his 3121 Vegas shows and searching for the shows that made up clips for his British Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction. Watched the Super Bowl 2007 performance and was mesmerized. I knew I had to go and see him live. I was too young when he came to London in 2007 and wasn't allowed to go alone, and kept missing out every time he came back to the UK, only to play hit and run shows in London or Hop Farm in Kent. I knew I had to be patient and wait for a show closer to me. Finally, in 2014, I got my chance. First time he played Birmingham in over 20 years, and even though it was a Thursday night and I was working in a school, I had to be up the following morning, I jumped at the chance and parted with my 120 quid. I remember driving there straight from work and being so excited, walking to the arena, bathed in purple light. Made my way inside after doors, opened and walked past the standing queue and looked rammed. Sat near the arena doors waiting to go in and heard them sound checking Funk and Roll. And it hit me. I was actually going to see him, but it didn't feel real until I could see him on stage. 3 false starts and 40 minutes later, then stated, he finally walked out and the best gig of my life commenced. My first thought was, oh my God, he really is small. I was there on my own, so I had enough room with empty seat next to me to dance my backside off. All the hits, guitar solos galore, and I lost it when he performed Electric Intercourse for the first time since 1983. I have a story about that one time. Within a beautiful piano and microphone medley laden with his slow hits, his vocals sound incredible. Onto the funk with Controversy in 1999. It's going through a full-on review. I'm glad that they're so excited though when they're able to see him, because again, hearing these things, it allows us to experience it and have those feelings that we had our first time. April, I bought tickets to see Rick James. Prince was the opening act. I heard Soft and Wet and loved it, but I'd never seen Prince. Let me just say, after he opened, Rick was my second favorite. Prince blew me away. This was when there was no seats on the auditorium floor, so I was up close and personal. After that, I judged all my boyfriends by their similarity to Prince. He literally changed my life. Al Seaver seeing him do America with Andre Simone and Maserati during the St. Paul Winter Carnival in 1986. I just tell you how many times I've tried to find photos of that and footage of that. And of course, there is other TV footage, but not of that particular performance or photos. I look for it all the time. If someone was there and has it, would love to see these things. Being an archivist and a Prince historian, those things are important. So I hope someone is able to share that one day. 2013, staying inches from him, the Showbox in Seattle. Jane Summerall, I have a lot, but I guess I'll tell a memory of meeting John Blackwell's family. We had to wait a really long time for our ride. My ex in the lobby, his mom hugged me and gave me her backstage pass. She said he's nice, but I already knew. At the concert, we brought 2 close family friends. One said, I hope she didn't spill beer on my shoes, and it happened. The other one spilled beer right on my shoes. We laugh about it still. Mickey Horner, going to read some of your comments in the room. I'm sorry, guys. My favorite moment was when I saw him at 3121 in Las Vegas. I was within reaching distance when he performed a solo on top of a speaker at the edge of the seating area. I think this was the night that Michael Jackson was there with will.i.am. The latter was definitely there as he joined Prince on stage. will.i.am did, and CeeLo. That was NBA All-Star Weekend. That was a Friday show. And Michael Jackson was supposed to be at the after show, sitting next to Michael Jordan, but it was so late and Jordan didn't want to go. Same with Barkley. That's why Michael didn't go to the after show. They had like the main booth center of that room was where Michael Jackson and Michael Jordan were going to be. And let me read the comments in the room, Scotty.
Doc, why do I have a memory of being upstairs in the early 90s, 92, 93? I was upstairs at Glam Slam. I was Prince's drum tech. I was doing something up in the office, Gilbert or whoever had an office up there, and I was doing something in the office, and I was walking to go to the stairway to go down, and Michael Jordan came up and walked past me and was like, hey, what's up? And I said, hey, man. And I thought, holy shit, that's Michael Jordan. And he sort of looked like he didn't know where he was going because the upstairs was sort of closed. But he came up and walked by me, and he was just kind of walking around without anyone along with him. Do you know what that would have been for and when that was, when Michael Jordan was at Glam Slam? It was for sure Michael Jordan because there was a buzz in the building about him being there. But
and this wasn't the 1994 Beautiful Experience around that time when the All-Star game was in Minnesota that year. And it
could have been because was it before April?
Yeah, it was February.
Okay, February. That's when I had a clear drum kit made for Prince. And it was glass. Not clear, it was glass. It was 32 pieces of bevel glass. Made the kick drum. I had a glass snare drum and a glass kick drum made for Prince. I gold plated everything. And he said he didn't want it. He said, don't brass plate it, Scotty. And I said, okay, because brass can double as gold. If you don't see gold, brass looks like gold. So it was $7,000 to gold plate the kick pedal,
right,
the snare hardware, and the hi-hat, and a cymbal stand, 1 or 2 cymbal stands. It was $7,000. It was a super expensive endeavor. And he just told me that I want a drum kit that's 2001. That's all he said. I want a drum kit that's 2001, meaning futuristic. So I found a guy who made glass drum kits, and I had a kick and a snare made, and then I used gold-plated hardware, and it was an NBA All-Star something or other, and then Prince wanted to play drums. So on the pad, I put Kim Basinger going, and like a couple of different samples, and so it was Prince. I mean, it was a kick snare hat, a drum pad, and maybe a ride cymbal and a crash, and I put it on a 4x8 riser, and we practiced, Dave Keffer and we practiced bringing it up, Prince playing, and then bringing it down. And during this NBA All-Star game, a party or whatever, we like brought it up. It weighed a ton, and we walked it up and set it down. The thing happened, and then we brought it back and set it down and got rid of the drum kit. And that's the only time it was ever used. And now who knows where that glass kick and snare are.
Hopefully we'll find it one day.
It could have been around that time. Was it around that time when Jordan was there?
So the NBA All-Star game was in Minnesota that year. Someone pointed out Jordan wasn't playing at that time. He retired, but it's possible that he could have went to that show. He's hearing that Prince is going to perform. He wants to go.
Sure.
This was at Paisley Park, where this thing was, but you can have Glam Slam and other stuff around that time. But the beautiful experience, everyone was in town for the NBA All-Star game. Now, another story was there's a famous Gatorade commercial that Kevin Garnett shot, and it was shot at Paisley Park. And, Christine Oneski, I believe, was doing the shoot and made sure to let Prince know that Kevin was going to be there, but Prince was going back on tour at that time. And the message was, make sure to give Kevin some swag. Give him some free merch. And then with Michael Jordan, February of 2015, when the All-Star game was in New York, I think at Barclays, Jordan hired Prince to perform at his party for Nike for its anniversary. Don't think they're going to have that in the Nike Air movie.
Wait, what year was that?
2015.
Oh,
so it's February, and I hit up Bomani Jones because Bomani is a huge Prince fan. He reports on the NBA. He's usually out of Florida, and I hit him up like, "Yo, you in New York?" And he's like, "No, I decided not to." I'm like, "Dude, Michael Jordan, Prince," and he's like, "Shut up." He's like, "Damn it, I should have went." But yeah, he played there, and of course, there is footage of it because different rules for celebrities. But, Michael Jordan was always a huge Prince fan, and Prince obviously was a huge Jordan fan.
We did a few of those weird gigs. I remember we did some sort of Tiger Woods show, too.
Rashida, it wasn't about him retiring. Remember, he stepped away. They won the championship 91, 92, 93. 94, he left. Then they won the championships from 93, 94, 95, 96. So regardless, Rashida may be right with the comment compared to, I'll let them battle it out, of James saying Jordan wasn't playing in 94. Rashida is saying he was. I know that he stepped away from the game for a little bit, but regardless, I believe that he was at the Glam something they were mentioning, and it was 1994 because the NBA All-Star game being there that year. So thank you, Rashida.
That seems like it makes sense. There was a Tiger Woods gig that we did sometime when I was running sound. Some sort of fundraiser or something for Tiger Woods in Las Vegas. Does that sound right?
Tiger Jam?
Tiger Jam. That's what it was. When was that?
Yeah. That was 2004.
God, man, how do you... and then there was something that we did, and Bill Clinton was there, and Sean Penn was there, and it was in London, and it was in a tent in the back of a fucking giant, almost a castle in London. And it was to raise money for AIDS orphans or something, right? Do you remember that?
Yeah, they did.
That was around the same time, 2003 or 4, right?
2004 was Tiger Jam, and it was at Mandalay Bay.
No, but where was the thing in London where Bill Clinton spoke first, and then Prince went on? And the year before, Elton John was the main event, and the year they had the one main event,
Wasn't that that would be like later on. I believe that was 2014 or 2015 for Autism
Nope.
Rocks, right?
Nope. This was definitely in and around 2004 musicology era, and it was in a giant tent um, in London, and they auctioned off the most crazy auction items I've ever could conceive of in fiction in my life. And I remember a couple of the auction items. It was in a large tent, white tent, super long. Bill Clinton was there because he gave a speech, um, a really beautiful speech. Prince played. It was 2004 for sure because I know the kind of soundboard I was on was a Yamaha PM1D, which meant it was 2004. And it was a fundraiser for, I believe, AIDS orphans. And they had it was one of the one of the auctions was an evening with James Bond. Okay, so they gave all these rich people. It was a bunch of hedge fund managers and Cirque du Soleil people were there, and then they had a rain curtain. It's the first time I'd ever seen a rain curtain, which means it's a circle about 18 feet in diameter, and they can drop raindrops. But then when the little spigots turn on and off at the right time, they can actually create photographs and symbols in the rain. And I gave them, I was like, I have the love symbol somewhere. And I quickly gave them the love symbol, and they turned it into a bitmap. And so during Purple Rain, they had purple light, the rain was falling, and the love symbol was dropping through this circular rain curtain. They had people doing Cirque du Soleil. What do you call those? People doing. They were in sort of scarves and rolling and flipping and twisting. Not they. I'm not saying it was Cirque du Soleil, but there were people doing that sort of scarf and ring work from the ceiling. Acrobats. Sean Penn was there for sure, and as was Bill Clinton, because Bill Clinton gave a super great speech. It was awesome, and he went on, and I remember seeing from the side. I had a Minnesota sweatshirt on, a black sweatshirt, a hooded sweatshirt that said Minnesota, and Bill Clinton went on, and he went, "Oh, Minnesota, yeah, that's one of my favorite places. I love that state. They always vote for me," or something. He said something like that, and then he went on and did a speech without notes. So he just extemporaneously went on and did this speech about all of you entered through the front door tonight, didn't you? You all pulled up in your limousines and you entered through the front door. And he said, I was the president of the US. Of course I came in a limousine, but I came in the back door. I went in through the kitchen. I went in to see where all the people were working. I went in to see where all the work is done and all the people that put this beautiful event on for all of you people. And I want you to know that I went through the tougher entrance so I could see the work being done. And if you see the work that's being done by all these volunteers and people in Africa to bring a great life to these orphans of AIDS, people who've died of AIDS, and I was like, yes. I mean, it was like this rousing speech, and I looked at him, and he was at this podium with no notes, and he was just doing this all off the cuff. And what was funny to me, Doc, is I was looking at Bill Clinton give this speech, and it was at a clear acrylic podium, and right below him in front of the podium was Prince's pedal board. And so I thought, that's funny. Bill Clinton's standing like right in front of Prince's pedal board. And if you say that you don't know what gig this was, I'm going to consider that a victory.
I'm telling you, that year, because 2004, that was musicology was all through US. I know that early on, they did some promotion over there. And now it would have been in February, but I believe that he did a video interview way before COVID. So all this, the reason I'm like, you like talk on about, because I'm like, what? We'll figure it out. We'll figure out the years. We'll figure out the stuff.
Yeah. I know it was 2004 because I only switched to, I used a Midas console in 2002 when I was mixing. And that was the One Night Alone Live box set. It was all through a Midas soundboard. And then the after shows were through a bunch of different soundboards. They were all analog. When I went to digital console in 2003, it had to be either 2003 or later because I know what desk I mixed on, because they said, we need you to send your show to us digitally so we can load it and be ready for you when you walk in. And I said, of course. And I remember emailing this, 4 megabit file, and it's a small file, but it was every song off Musicology Tour, and Prince did the show, and I recalled it. It recalled every song. On Musicology, I recalled song by song so that the mix changed per song. Look at Doc, you're getting uncomfortable because you don't know what gig it is. That's beautiful.
No, I'm like, okay, we'll figure it out. Just
We'll
because,
figure it out.
because I see people that are from, it's tripping me out because there's people here that are from my high school. So they knew, because these other people that don't know how old I am or whatever made the comment about, I don't want someone that was born in the 90s handling the vault. They knew that I knew my Prince stuff back then.
If you tell me that I didn't record this gig, I definitely recorded the gig, because I recorded everything on DAC.
Right, we'll talk about it. We'll get it down.
But I will say this, that the coolest part of that night wasn't Prince's performance, and it wasn't Bill Clinton's speech. It was the fact that they had an auction, okay, and they had an auctioneer from Christie's do the auction. And this isn't a venue that's standing. This is a tent. And they had to rig it for all these people, like doing acrobatics, but in a white tent. It was a white tent. And there were chefs everywhere. And it was like an LA thing. It was like, but it was in London. And I remember that they said, okay, now it's time for you all to put your money where your mouth is. We're going to auction off. We're going to have an auction for these AIDS orphans. And I was like, this ought to be good. And they said the first auction is a night with James Bond. And they said, you will go to a private restaurant and have dinner with Daniel Craig in character as James Bond. And during the dinner at some point, some shit's going to go down, and like people are going to get shot and fight, and Daniel Craig's going to grab you, and you're going to run out the front door and get in the back of an Aston Martin, and like they told you the car, and they said this car will be driven by a stunt driver, but you and Daniel Craig in his James Bond outfit are going to be in the back seat. You're going to go through the closed streets of London. You're going to get chased. You're going to, and they like told this whole story, and they said, and the bidding begins at 500,000 pounds. And all I saw were these green light sticks go up in the air. Like immediately they were offering 700,000 US to have this night with James Bond. And that was just one of the auctions. The other one that I remember so clearly was you got to meet Mikhail Gorbachev and his wife Raisha. Okay. Mikhail Gorbachev and his wife Raisha, you were going to fly to London or fly to Russia. No matter where you were from, you would get to go to Russia, fly to whatever city in Russia, and you were going to have lunch with Mikhail and Raisha Gorbachev. And after that, they're going to bring you to a launch pad, and they were going to launch you into space. And you were going to spend a night on the International Space Station. And then they're going to fly you back down out of fucking space. And then they would have a Gulfstream jet fly you back to wherever you came from. And they described this whole auction, and then they said the bidding begins at 2 million pounds. And all I saw were green lights go in the air. Like they went, I'll bid 2 million pounds. And I don't know what these bids ended up at, but an evening with James Bond and a night in space are totally fucking worth it, man. And Prince played at that show. And I got to say, that's probably the only show that Prince was a letdown to what happened before him.
Were you doing sound for him in 2007 for the O2?
No, I was pegged to do that. I was supposed to do that.
Okay.
I pulled out of that, and I because I already had a tour booked in 2007. I pulled out of that tour. Trevor Allen was not happy about that. Prince wasn't happy about it, but
Uh,
nonetheless, I pulled out. I said, no, I can't do London. Not with like days to go, with a couple of months to go, or whatever. I heard that the sound was awful. That they did all I know is that I was on tour with someone else, and I got a panicked call from Trevor Allen saying, "Dude, you need to get here now and fix this." And I said, "What's going on?" He said he wants to take out the PA. He wants to beat up the sound guy. Like it's horrible. You need to get here. And I was like, I can't, that's not going to happen. I'm not going to come out. And I said, but what's wrong? Let me talk to the people. And apparently was it bad? I don't know much about it, but something was bad where he swapped out the PA after the first night and the sound engineer.
right.
What was that one?
We'll figure that one out. But just talking. Go ahead.
No, I might know some gigs I heard it was the 21 Nights in London that something was wrong with the sound, and he like changed sound crews, changed sound companies. I mean, he might have gone from Brit Row to Eighth Day or Eighth Day to Brit Row or something, but he changed everything between the first show and the second show.
Right.
Because I got these panicked calls. 2 for 2. That's right, Lacey.
I just think it's just to switch subjects of other stuff, just because I find it so funny that I pulled out like a controversy, just because having people that I knew from junior high and high school that were in here and that knew, I would have like a double-sided folder. This would be me being an introvert trying to be an extrovert. So I'd have like a controversy magazine or the latest photo of Cindy Crawford or some hot girl, and then a new song I wrote the night before on the other side. So I'd slip it over, and that's how people would find out I was a Prince fan, just to see that stuff. And I'd be on it before. We'd be talking about stuff from 1981, 82, 83, and then people that actually ended up working for the estate that were crap talking Prince in high school to me. Just it's very interesting is all I can say. Like in my memory, even they said when I finally like let them know last year, like, don't you remember in 1989 we met? They're like, you have a really good memory. I'm like, yeah, I do. But it's just these interesting things and experiences that, I don't talk about the 80s a lot, although know about it because I feel, as I told you earlier when we talked today, about like I feel other stuff gets overlooked, so I try to put a shine on that. But we would talk about certain shows. We would talk about Vanity 6 in Detroit and some of the stuff that happened with the time. We talked certain shows. We would talk the 1999 album. We talked the August 3rd 1983 show. We talk about how when he met Bobby for the first time, when he met Andre for the first time. So it's like we'd be doing all this stuff, whether it's at Paisley, where we would sometimes be driving around LA with his driver Gilbert, not Gilbert Davidson, but a driver that he really liked having. And I remember Gilbert one time after we dropped him off at his bungalow, we were there for a bit listening to stuff and then driving back, and he's like he talks to you more than he talks to other people. But again, it's because we would be talking about the past and then the other music industry stuff. And then I think that he liked that even if I wasn't at that show, I knew exactly what he was talking about because he brought up the Vanity 6 show, and immediately I made a quip, and Andy Allo and Dylan and Julia Ramadan were in the studio and they started laughing. And then Prince was kind of like, wait, I'm supposed to be the comedian here. And then he tried saying something and it kind of missed, and he was like, you had to be there. But it was just so funny seeing it because he was like, how dare he's making these other women laugh? That's my job. Like, just shut up there and do your little website stuff. I love that, though. And I love that the high school version of me, the junior high version of me, the person that discovered him when I was like 6 or 7 years old, the first time I talked with Jerome Benton on the phone, kind of like, even though I've already met Prince at that time and other stuff, I was just like, the 10-year-old version of me would never believe any of this stuff because that was just it. Prince was my escape, and I'm bringing this up on this day and sharing other things just because it meant so much to me. We don't need to get into childhood and stuff. It was rough, but he got me through a lot of stuff. And I never expected any of this stuff. When I started talking about Prince in junior high and high school, there were people that would be saying, you need to be his PR person one day. You need to do this, you need to do that. Never in a million years I think I'd be involved. To the stuff that we talked about where he's sending me tracks or hanging out with him, I feel so blessed and so grateful. I know that unfortunately in the community, I get a lot of hate for that I was chosen. And there was times where I tried to act aloof and lucky when it was a lot of work. And the reason is that there was already people talking shit about me, pardon my language. You know, I usually don't curse. I'm sure you're surprised by that. And you called me on that before, that I don't curse enough. But that I wanted people not to be so upset with me. So I played down stuff when he was here, because I had betrayals and other stuff happen, and they probably wouldn't have happened if I would have kept some more stuff on the down low, you know. But unfortunately, envy is a sin, as we all know. But I'm just grateful for the experiences, and I never, when I started doing the things I wanted to do, I never in a million years thought it was a gateway to get to him. I actually kept my distance for a long time, and my friend Sarah Bacon was like calling me like the digital Claire Fisher, until I couldn't avoid him anymore. And he's calling me to the studio, and I went, no, not going. And then Julia like calls me, what do you mean you're not going? And I just said, this whole thing of him and us not having any communication has worked out great. And then it was like, all right, I'll tell him. And then it was literally a text saying, he wants you at the studio at the record plant after 11 p.m. tonight. And I was hanging out with Maite during the night, and I didn't tell her that I was going to it. It was like the finale of the first season of Hollywood X's. See, you went on a ramble. Now I went on a ramble. Now we're even. Sorry, guys. Hope I didn't bore you. Oh, Scotty. No audio.
Where there is so much to talk about that is sort of fucked up in the world of Prince that we're not. And we're talking about these things that are inspiring, and the things that Prince did for us, provided a soundtrack to our lives in being in healing and inspiring us. And he was the romantic soundtrack to a lot of our relationships, and he provided so much. I mean, as a kid in going to junior prom in 83, I guess I went to my junior prom in 83, and remembering that I danced with a girl for the first time, a girl I wanted to dance with. I danced with her, and "Do Me Baby" was the song that was on, during junior prom. That was like, that's a big deal to remember those things, and to remember that Prince was a kid then too, sort of, in control of his own career, but that song had only been out for a couple of years, and all those things are important because they provide a timeline to our life. And April 21st of every year provides this timeline and a touch point, a touchstone moment for all of us that is worth remembering and worth celebrating the artistry of this guy. And
Right.
and while I'm here, I always want to answer anything fans wanted to know about the technique, the process, and anything that people want to know. Please ask, because I have a good memory. I have a good memory for those things, and I have a good memory for why he did the things that he did, or at least why I thought he did them. And
Right.
thank you, Stephanie. Yeah, "Do Me Baby" at a junior prom. It didn't happen that night for sure. I remember my junior prom. It did not happen. I went with a girlfriend of mine
Huh.
named Laura Maxim. We were just friends. Of course, I wanted to be more. She didn't. You know, age-old story. Um,
Right.
wasn't going to happen. Senior prom was a little more, a little more, but still, it ended in the back of a van with a bunch of buddies, and guy is passed out and trying to make them pee by making their hand warm in a tuna can full of water and a lighter underneath it to warm up their hand so that they'd pee their pants. Weird things happen in high school, We're not always sure why, even at the time, but then we look back and go, oh man, why did I waste all that time? But
Right.
through it all is Prince and his music, and that's what brings us here and brings us together in this community. It's very, I will say this for the fans of Prince, it's very difficult in the climate of Princedom right now to remain solid and have solidarity amongst the fans when you're not seeing a lot of leadership from anyone. And that's as far as I go with that, I guess. But what I'm saying is, I really appreciate Prince's fans. I always felt like when I was mixing, I was representing what they wanted to hear as a fan, not what I wanted to hear, but what they wanted to hear as fans. And I still feel like if there's anything I can say that, not just the story, but if there's anything I can say that helps that person get through what they're going through, even after 7 years, it's worth it. It's worth it. It's my duty as a sort of a uh, lifelong band member of his, in a sense, band member meaning in a band of people that we got together and worked together. That I will always, to the last person, give them solace and explanation for the reasons that Prince did the things he did. I think I have a good handle on, I'm pretty much on the nose of what he did and why he did it. And I can cultivate my inner, my WWPD, right? I can always say, Prince would do this, or he would stop there on the 3, 2, 3 snare pickup, and start on the 1. And then artists go, yes, that's what I want. And I know those things just by being around Prince and taking them in and putting my own spin on it. And I have a really good sense, better than most people that you all know in the world of Prince. I have a sense for what he would do because I watched it all happen from 95 or 100 feet away. I was able to take it in and see the reactions of all the people around him. I have a very good sense of that. And I'm able to pass that on to artists that I work with. And yes, I mixed the Revolution at the Showbox, Joe, in Seattle in the Revolution in 2017. Were you there? Did we say hello? That's my question. Funkenberry, you need a little love on PayPal right now, don't you?
Yeah, I just put it in there because people get on me like, where can we donate or whatnot. So for that, sorry. I'm not trying to do it. Just
you don't have to be sorry, because what it is we live in an age that everything is free, right? Terrestrial radio was the only thing free when we were kids because we'd buy records or CDs. Terrestrial radio is what you got free. Now everything's free. Podcasts, you can pay a very nominal fee, $8, $12 a month for Netflix, and get thousands of movies. It's essentially free. So when somebody provides something for you that is of value, they call it the value for value model, right? So if you feel value in something, you pay because you want to pay them.
That's what
and
I'm
not
saying.
because you have to. So I don't think you should feel bad or apologize for asking. Shoot, if I had a Patreon, right? Yeah, if I had Patreon or Venmo or any of those, I'd hit people up too. But I just had never. I always felt a little bit cleaner myself because I already make a living and I already work in Asia all the time, and doing what I do, I don't feel it necessary myself because I'm very fortunate.
Like, if it was up to me, and I should have been hired 5 years ago to be working with the estate and the music and other stuff, so I wouldn't be having do these things. That there's how do I put it? I've been having my own little battle going on with things, and I'm just trying to fight for his legacy. Where you have people, you talk about leadership and other stuff. Even the person that's running stuff, I had them on my show and they're like, oh, I don't know this material. Like, if I can have someone help me, I'm like, hey, I'm right here. So if anyone goes up to that person and goes, hey, how come you never hired him? I'm like, oh, he never asked. Oh, dude, I asked you on camera. So just saying that. But the main thing is we have to see how things play out. But I want to be involved in the future. I'm not going anywhere, just everyone else. I just wish we could all get along. but everyone's trying to get into the same spot and trying to do other things. And sometimes, you know me, everything I do is pure. And unfortunately, I don't play the political game too well behind the scenes. And others have. I don't feel the need to crap on people in order to get where I want to go. I believe in the end that the truth will matter and everything else will rise above. But it's just been a little bit of a battle. To bring that in, someone was asking, and you can touch base on that, but someone wanted to know about why do you decide to strictly work in Asia now?
I saw Keely's asking that. That's a good subject. I after Prince passed away, I did a few interviews. Yours was one of the first. I did a Michael Dean interview, and it was either yours or Michael Dean. Somebody got a hold of an interview, and they watched it, and they said, "This is the guy who need to mix me." And the guy's name was Leehom Wang, Leehom, and last name Wang. And in China, you switch the surname so it would be Wang Leehom. And Leehom texted me and he said, "My name is Leehom Wang. I'm an American Taiwanese artist. I'm a big fan of yours and Roy Bennett. I hired Roy already. I'd love to hire you to come mix me. I'm going to tour in China for 3 years. Will you commute weekly for 3 years and do a tour in China? I really want you to be part of this." And I wrote him back and said, "Sure, we can work something out. I love Roy. He's super talented. I know if you got Roy, it's going to be super high quality." So we worked something out. And I did, before COVID interrupted it, I did 2 years of work with Leehom and did great work. And in China and in all of Asia, including including Taiwan, China, Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, Kota Kinabalu, all sorts of every part of Asia, including Japan.
Mm-hmm.
The artists are way more supportive of one another than they are competitive. They're way more about cooperation instead of competition. So when you play Taipei Arena, when we play there with Leehom, there's one night during a multi-night run that they have all the artists who are in Taipei at the time come and they're VIPs. So imagine, if you will, Prince playing a show. And in the VIP section next to the soundboard, there's Taylor Swift. And during the concert, Prince stops the concert and says, "I'd like to give a moment to give a shout out to Andre 3000." And he stands up and they put a spotlight and he waves. And Will.i.am gets up. Taylor Swift, she gets up and waves. Beyonce and Katy Perry and Ed Sheeran and Bruno Mars. And they keep going down the line. Adele is over there. And like, you have all these huge stars and they're all in Taipei. And what's beautiful about artists in Asia is they all support one another. They come to each other's show on the same night, on this one night. And the artist stops the show and introduces them all. And they all wave and they all come and support. And I believe they pay for their tickets, by the way, which I couldn't believe, but it's true. And so it's part of the tradition. So I love the spirit of working in Asia. Right away, I was like, this is great. This is what I've been looking for. This is where people are into cooperation over competition. And so things went really well in Taipei at those Leehom shows. And suddenly my number was being passed around by all the top artists in Asia. And so I started to do tour after tour. From 2018, I've been working nonstop with, I leave on Sunday. I leave in a couple of days to do JJ Lin in Europe. JJ Lin
Mm-hmm.
is bigger than any American, arguably bigger than any star in the West. JJ Lin, Ame, Jolin Tsai. Jolin is huge. Leehom, David Tao. All these artists that I work with in Asia are typically, by the numbers, way bigger than stars in the West. We only see the West. We can only see the West in front of us. So we go, Adele is it. Like Beyonce is it. That's it. And it's not. When you look by the numbers, when you go to Asia, it's ×3. Their numbers are all a factor of 3 bigger. So when they play concerts in Asia, it's in stadiums. Everything is in stadiums typically. And if they're in arenas, they're in 4, 6, 8, 9, 12 nights in an arena per arena. So everything is magnified. And I have a really good name in the industry over there I'm slowly on my way to mastering Mandarin, um, and I really I believe in the spirit of doing things as a team. So, Keely, to answer your question in a long-winded way, I've taken advantage of my popularity as an engineer, and the other thing is they really care about engineering. They don't just like the artist or the band. They're into the engineering, they're into the technicality, they're into the show aspect, they're into the lyrics, they're into the content, they're into the message. And if you get a bad review about the message of your show like suffers. So as a result, everyone does a really great job in Asia, and the artists are just supreme. And the talent of the band members, like I'll go to a band member, for example, I'll go to anyone in JJ's band. Did you go to school? Yeah. Where are you from? I'm from Singapore. Where'd you go to school? Berkeley. Did you graduate? Yeah, I have a master's in music. Oh, where did you go to school? I went to William. I went to Berkeley or Williams. You have a degree? Yeah, I have a master's in music, and I'm a background singer. Oh, where did you go? Where did you go? Everybody's gone to Berkeley or Williams or some esteemed college of music, and they have degrees. And the people who do playback tracks, they all have degrees. It's not like the West where it's just a buddy or a background singer or background singers going, okay, you take the and I'll go, They don't do that shit over there. They say, you're on the minor third, I'm on the seven, you're on the dominant. It's musical and they play with feeling. It's astounding the level of talent over in Asia. And I'm super at home in Asian culture, and I have never felt more at home than I do now.
Okay.
So I'm really fortunate to have as much work. And Keely, if you want a longer answer, you'll have to fight for it because that was about 9 minutes.
Yeah. This question, I think it's for me, but we'll have both hand it. I was not involved in a Netflix documentary when Ava was directing it. There was family members that wanted me to be a part of it in order to get a paycheck and other things, because the other job that they wanted me to do, because they liked me too much, I wasn't chosen. So they were trying to find ways to get me paid. From what I understand, just so I don't have any lawsuits or whatever, from what I understand, from what I was told, doesn't mean that's accurate, that they were trying to get me involved in the documentary, but Comerica didn't want me to be involved with it. What's interesting was, as Owen Husney, I interviewed him before. He thought it was only gonna be like about an hour, and we talked for 3 like this. And he's just like, I can't believe like the stuff that you know. How old were you in 1977? I'm like 3. But it's like, the history, you learn things. So Owen was going to bat for me with the producers, trying to get me involved in like people that were also doing archive work. But they were talking with me, they're wanting to learn stuff, they're wanting some footage that I have that wasn't in there. And and also I would record all these interviews that would talk about Prince, especially when I knew people that were at the house parties.
Yes.
I make sure to record them on Kimmel or Conan or The Tonight Show, because they would end up being asked about the party and talk about the party. And they needed that for the documentary. I don't think that they care anymore for it, just because they weren't able to get it. They're like, wait, what? They talked about it on these shows. And I went, yeah, and I would have the footage and other things. But I never was involved. It's kind of like when I met the person that wrote the Beautiful Ones book. Met at the celebration before the book came out. We were talking a lot. We were cool. He wanted to pick my brain for stuff. Never happened. So you have to understand, like I said, there's backstage politics. They were shutting down opportunities for me, and that upset me. But that's in the past. I can't concentrate anymore. But no, sorry for the long-winded answer on myself. But no, I was not involved in the Netflix doc. Scottie was interviewed for it, though, not myself.
Yeah, I did 5 hours. I did a lot of pre interview stuff, or I guess pre video interview stuff. I did probably I don't know, I was keeping track, I guess around 15 hours of phone interviews. And then it was right just as COVID struck, because I believe it was going to be me interviewed at the at the Dakota, and then the next day or two, it was going to be Matt Fink, and I did my interview, and then I did about 5 hours of interview, and then I got done, and a couple of days later, Matt Fink, I asked the producer what's going on, and the producer said, "Oh, we had to leave town. The governor shut down Minnesota. The governor shut down the state." So Matt Fink did not get interviewed. I think he was interviewed subsequent to that. But yeah, so it's right around the time that COVID shut down the state of Minnesota. But I did do an interview with Ezra Edelman, and we'll see where that goes. I mean, he is he's a very talented interviewer, and he really knew his stuff. He did it all without notes. I was super surprised at that. There wasn't a note to be found. He sat across from me and didn't want to meet me before the interview. He sat right down and asked the first question, and it was off to the races. And he's really a super talented interviewer. I think that the people that elected not to be interviewed, for whatever reason, I think that's a mistake. I believe that this will be, whenever it does come out, will be the centerpiece of how Prince is viewed as an artist in the future. So people had their chance, and if they took it or not, or were restricted or not, or however that came out, I didn't say anything that I was. I don't think I said anything that was really risque or really out there on the edge. I did talk about the fact that Prince did have control over women in his life. I know I made some sort of, I can't remember the specific comments I made, but Prince had told me specifically about some of the way he operated with control, which was rather strange to me when he said it to me, and I sort of referenced that in the interview. It'll be interesting. Nothing's salacious and nothing's like groundbreaking. Right. It's all stuff you've heard here in long form, but it'll be interesting to see when it does come out. I know they had. I honestly don't keep up on news on purpose. I haven't watched the news in over a year. I'm on 13 months of not watching any news. Almost 14 months. Zero news. Zero websites. Zero news. So I have to be told about what's going on in the world. And so I don't know what's going on with the documentary, but I hope someday it comes out. It'll be enlightening to people.
My whole thing is I'm more the footage that's in the vault for it to stand on its own. Just like the January 21st show, the August 3rd, 83 show, a lot of the unreleased videos, everything kind of being on hold for different things is extremely frustrating. Yeah. So my issue is just, I wish that sometimes it wasn't the vault material, especially the visuals, wasn't tied to this. We can already get it. So that's where I come from, because I'm not looking at documentary and an $8 million deal. I'm looking at, we get that piano and microphone, a streaming deal. We have physical sets. We have liner notes. We have special things. You can have the poster that was for it, the pass, all these different things for the box set, August 3rd, 83 show, other things we're not aware of, special videos. And I just don't, it's frustrating that it's been tied to it for so long. It's been going on. So hopefully it comes out, or hopefully it's announced it's shelved, in the sense, and I don't mean that to be a jerk or a dick or anything, just that it's taking so long.
Yeah.
And there's just certain things that are tied to it. Like, look, you have Warner Brothers on one side with music releases. You have Sony on the other. That's difficult enough. You throw things in here where you need permission. You can have DVDs be released with the sets, but it can't be on streaming services. And that's where a lot of the money is right now. And that's where people are, the younger generation and different people are absorbing stuff, and we're not able to get it into their hands. And that's where I come from frustration. And the fan community, I'm with you guys. I'm frustrated in an unbelievable level that is probably taking a few years off my life, even though, check my blood sugar the other day, I think it was 103/69. So I'm doing good. I get pissed, but I don't let it get to me. But I just want these other things to come out. And it doesn't have to be in huge box sets and whatever, or whatnot it comes through. Like, look, whether or not we'll see what the future holds. The last thing I heard
Yeah.
was July. And again, there's no trailers for it. There's all these things going on. Did it get shelved? Didn't? I don't know. I'm not going to try to be on it. Like, I'm going to level with you guys. There's
July.
stuff. Yeah, there's stuff
You
that I
mean
know
July of last year or July this year?
this year. You know,
Okay.
there's stuff that I know and there's stuff that I don't know. I'm not going to fricking act like, oh, I know things that you guys don't know. If I can tell you guys, I'll tell you guys. When I can't, I can't. I alluded to you guys 2 years ago about a Diamonds and Pearls Super Deluxe and other stuff going on. That's all we're getting into with that. You guys know there has been a few leaks, but stuff is coming. But right now, I understand everyone's frustration. It's tough being a fan, but all you guys together understand that the legacy is in good hands and we just need to expand it. We'll have frustrating times, we'll have battles, things are going to be messy, everything will be great. And Scottie, is anyone asking you a question so I can get away from this? Yeah, I mean, look, the Atlanta show I would have really have liked, but I'm not in there, so I can't say anything. But I really would have liked that show to already have been mixed because there is a soundboard for it. We did hear it at Paisley Park the weekend before he passed, but it would have been really good for the fans. Again, I'm not in there. I'm not trying to criticize, but it would have been really nice, an act of goodwill to the fans on the 7th year anniversary of his final show, that 3 songs from that night would have been given to you guys on social media and whatever to download for free to thank you and in honor of his last show.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to position myself. I'm not trying to criticize. I'm coming there from seeing the frustration and wanting to be in there to make changes, to have ideas and to put forth work, because as you guys see with dates and other things, these things come easy to me. It's like I'm Rain Man when it comes to Prince stuff, and I care. And I'm just going to stop talking. Sorry about that, Scottie.
No. I think that the thing that we do, the thing that we don't do very well nowadays is brook things with patience. Most of us are impatient because we get everything when we want it, how we want it, on what platform we need it. And this documentary is going to take time, and the release of Prince records and albums and songs are going to take time. And part of the beauty of it is waiting for it.
Right.
I said, or maybe not so famously, I said once that I think they should release everything in the vault all at once, all for free. That would be my challenge. Release all of it for free at one time. And then you're going to see who cares and who doesn't care. Because when you take the ability to make money out of the loop, then you're going to see who really is there for what reason. Do it like Prince did. Prince would do after shows. Ruth knew this as well as anyone, or better than anyone. Prince would do an after show and take all the money. He would pay F&B, and then he would pay food and beverage, the bill for the band's food and beverage. He'd take the door, he'd pay the food and beverage, and he'd give all the money to the band. He didn't make a cent at the after shows. We would walk away with $1,500, $1,800, $2,200, $2,700. Each of us, crew and band, equally. There's somebody who is in it for the art, not for the money at those after shows. So what what fans want is the music, then give them the music. If you want the money, then go for the money. But you separate the wheat from the chaff. And I still say to this day, I'll maintain that that you can release all the material and all the old stuff and all the bootlegs, and Prince is still never going to walk through the fucking door again. And that's the problem, is that you don't have him, and having Prince in the world was enough to feel like it was worth it. But now that he's gone, what is any of it really worth? It's only worth the value that we assign to it ourselves. And if you're not about money, then you're about memories and about how it makes you feel and about the music and about how you were moved and you remember these things, and they're visceral, they have impact in your life. And that's when it becomes important. And I think I'm not saying everything should always be done for free. I'm not naive, but I am idealistic.
Right.
And I didn't see the times that I disagree with Prince most, truly. And
Right.
the fuel for two specific big arguments that I had with Prince were over the fact that he was talking about and wanting money. So for him to tell me, if we did it my way, we'd all make more money, right? If I owned my own PA, we would all make more money. And I said to him, hey man, some money costs too much to make. And I walked out of his office and slammed the door shut. And now that's a great story, but it's true and it's meaningful because everything he was saying was counter. Everything he was saying up until then was counter to just being in it for the money. And then he brings in money like that's the only thing. And he was the nastiest when he was talking about money and his desire of it. At one time he told me, he said, how much does a PA cost? And I said, speakers and soundboards and all the shit that it takes to run a live show. And I said, $1.6 million. That's how much it'll cost. And he goes, okay, do you think I have that much money on me? And I said, on you now? And he said, yeah. He said, I don't carry a wallet. I haven't had a wallet since I was 10. And he said, you have to stop thinking about money as money. You have to think about it as shows. How many shows would it take us to make that much money to pay for a PA? And I said, like for real shows? And he said, yeah, for real. This is in Takumi's office, 2003. I said, probably about, I don't know, 3 shows. And he goes, all right, explain how. And I explained how. And I said, you do this, you go out alone, you talk to people, the theaters, we charge $300. It's 2,000 seats, it's 500 grand. It's 3 nights. And we do it over 3 weeks. It'll be 3 weeks, 3 shows. We'll make it and we'll buy a PA. And he goes, cool, let's do it. And as he left, because it was $1.5 million, and I said the PA would be $1.6 million. As he went out the door, he stopped and he turned, he goes, you're 100 grand short.
Mm-hmm.
And then left. So he was being cute, and it was a cute story, but really what it did is it exposed this sort of nasty underbelly of him about wanting money. Like when he talked about money and competing and being in it for the money, it was never my favorite times with Prince. Always my favorite times when we were in it together and trying to accomplish something musically and accomplish something that hadn't been done. Do a show that we didn't think we could do. Do an after show for these fans in these cities that already got a sound check and then a music fan club check and then a show. And then they wanted an after show. We gave it to them. Those were the times that I thought were the most valuable. Man, I'm on a diatribe. Stop me.
Yes. I mean, we're going to have to agree to disagree because giving everything away for free, and that means I don't want to hear any complaints about pajamas anymore because they need merch to sell. So I understand, and I'm sure it's interesting because the Facebook side stuff is yes, go Scottie. The YouTube side, they're like, no. It's just, I just can't, I couldn't give everything away for free. Unfortunately, right now the money is in the merch because of stuff. But yes, the younger generation and then the older generation, for nostalgia purposes, vinyl is on the rise. It also doesn't hurt when Harry Styles vinyl, single disc, mind you, is $40 compared to a CD being $10.99 and all these different things. But we need it to where the music's being made and that they have to purchase it, because again, people are going to complain about pajamas, about socks and other stuff, and I don't want to hear it. It's just these different things is that just like when it comes to piano, microphone, January 21st. I want that to be sold to a streaming service for a lot, because that's how Prince would be. That's why the Montrose sets weren't circulating. That's why Coachella is that he wanted top dollar for these things.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
just with that, we're gonna have to agree to disagree, because I feel
Well, no, I'm not saying. Now, hold on. Maybe I misspoke. I understand that artists have to be remunerated for their work. I'm not naive. I'm saying that now that he's dead, that he won't be the benefactor of the money. The money will go to all these places that all of you people talk about online and are bitching about. Then now give it away for free. But see, we're not in it for that. People want the material, they want the artistry, and they are willing to pay for it. But when the rubber meets the road, people are really super selfish. All of us, everybody. I want his music. I want the videos. I want all the shit. When really all of that was coming from him. Like it was coming out of his bank. And I'm not saying I was a protector of his. I had to protect people from bootlegging. I had to turn in people that I knew were bootlegging because they never moved. They would stand still by the soundboard. I was like, that guy's bootlegging. That guy's bootlegging. That guy's bootlegging. There's always guys standing still. And so I turned them all in. Like I did that. I did what I had to do as a sort of a soldier. And I'm not saying that I could read his mind and that I knew better than him or I knew what he was thinking. But I do know he wanted to be fairly compensated for what he did. And I agree with that. But he's no longer here. So who is being compensated? If you want to compensate anybody, just compensate the people that supported you all along, which are the fans. That's why I say give it away for free. Do something, really move the needle. You want to move the needle? Don't charge 35 fucking grand for a concert ticket the way Taylor Swift did. Give your music away free. How about that moving the needle? But nobody will do that. You know why, Doc? Because they don't have the guts. Prince had the guts. Prince was a true pioneer, and he had the guts to do things that other people didn't. And I will always be proud to be a part of an artist's career that really moved the needle, that really backed up what they said they were going to do, that really was in it for the artistry.
You know, it's just having it, because sometimes you'll have these older white gentlemen that are older than me. They're like, I'm not going to be here forever. I want this stuff. So they'll be in agreement with you. My whole thing is just when Prince was trying to make these deals happen, whether it was giving away The Undertaker with the Guitar World magazine, he was able to still tour and able to still bring in income. Obviously, now with him not being here, you release everything for free. Everything's gutted. And there's going to be so many people. I understand you're talking about it to where they give everything and you pay what you feel it's worth. There would be too many people that would be like, screw it. I want all the music, but I'm not giving them any money because he isn't here anymore. And I don't want to give it to them, but they would take everything. And it's just like what Prince used to say in '83, and Morris said it to him. And then Prince said it to Paul, is like, yeah, you took, but did you give? And all these people would take and not give. Unfortunately, that's how it is. I've seen the nasty side of the fan underbelly, and to know that tapers from back in the day are the ones running the show right now. Yeah. It's absolutely mind-boggling, and it hurts me because when Prince was saying on Larry King about these people get off from stealing from me, he's talking about them.
Wait, say that again. You cut out. I'm sorry.
About tapers and the bootleggers, that they get off that the material is stolen. They get off on it.
I see.
And those people are in, and that hurts my heart in a different way. You can't, just like I knew my value and then your value, Prince knew his value. We can't give stuff away for free. And just like what he said, that, he won't be here when someone's going through the vault, that someone else will be doing it. We're at that point right now. I just feel, I understand where you're coming from. You give everything away for free, but you're expecting people to pay for it. A lot of these people ain't going to pay for it. And especially we grew up with one generation that never had to pay for music until they started falling in love with vinyl. They had an entire generation where they got stuff from their phones. They got other stuff. They never had to pay for music till they got to the nostalgia of vinyl. So that's where my problem comes from, is you have this older generation who doesn't want to pay for stuff, wants everything because they're about to die. There's other ones that are willing to pay for it. Then you have another generation that doesn't know what it's like to pay for it. And this is why concert tickets and whatnot are so stupidly high. And I'll blame Bruce Springsteen more so. You know, Taylor, because she's playing the game, has to be a little bit more quiet. The Cure, they're older. Their fan base isn't as huge, and they don't have as many risk anymore to take when taking on Ticketmaster, where she's got to keep her mouth shut because her deal is a 360 deal, and how much money she's making on her record contract is actually attached to her merch and ticket sales. And that's why no one knows how much money she's actually making, because her record sales and her record contract, record sales are public. Her record contract is private. What's interesting is the person that signed Taylor to this contract and basically helped her get her master's back was Monty Littman. And Monty wasn't schooled on that until he worked for Universal and signed Prince in 2006, and they had conversations about this. So this is where it bothers me that I want Taylor to talk more, because she benefited from the struggle that Prince had. And now the allies that Prince had are now Taylor's allies. And I just want her to bring that up. I would love, when she's in Minnesota in a couple of months, I really would love for her to go to Paisley Park. It's important. And I understand, like I said, she can't take the risk that other artists can. That's why I'm upset at Bruce Springsteen, because he didn't do anything in that sense. And it's frustrating. But you have The Cure and Robert doing these things because, again, he doesn't care anymore. His heyday and hardcore fans are there, but his heyday isn't it. You know, it isn't to where they're paying attention when he goes out to dinner and, oh, he's recording at Electric Lady. That's all it comes down to, is I just want these things to be done. And again, with Monty and that record contract, that's why she can't speak out so much against it. But I know that she's upset about the sales, but she's a little bit more quiet. Although I will say this, and you know, Prince wanted to do this in 2004 with Musicology. He wanted a 3-hour show. AEG was kind of like, you're getting paid the same. It's $500,000 a night. Mm-hmm. Taylor is giving them a 3-hour and 13-minute show. Like, that's impressive, albeit I don't like the stadium tours. I don't know how that sound is and how it's going to be at US Bank Stadium, but just wanted to put that out there. Sorry to go on my own diatribe. And by the way, I'm looking at the Music Club MPG magazine, and it's that NBA thing, although no photos of Jordan. There's Magic Johnson, there's Sinbad, the Atrium, people hanging out. Jimmy and Terry were there. And just Morris Hayes before he had his head shaved, hanging out with Sinbad, and David Robinson, but nothing of Jordan. But they may have been too nervous, or Jordan may be like Prince, like, you can't take my photo. Sorry, man, just had to put that out there because I just worry, you know, you give everything away for free. Like I said, you're hoping that people will pay. I don't think they will. It'll be a small percentage. Yeah. That's all.
Yeah. And if someone offered you something for free, would you still pay for it? That's a question. Like, if you found value in something, like, I support all the podcasts that I really enjoy on a regular basis. I support them on Patreon. I go on, and whether it's $5 a month or $10 a month, or 22 a month, or whatever it is that I choose, I will support podcasters for what I think they're, because I believe in the value for value model. I don't believe in charging concert tickets that you have to take out a mortgage to go see a show. I just don't believe it. And that's where we are. And and it's because Prince himself is not the benefactor of the financial gain. I think the game has changed. I think that he was the catalyst for the art, and I believe the money should go to him. And if he so chose, that his heirs would be the ones that get, and that wasn't evident. That wasn't evident in how things ended up. If he so chose that an offspring or that certain family members or people that he put forth being the ones that would benefit from his absence would be the ones that would benefit, then it all looks like a money grab to me. That's why I somewhat realistically and somewhat facetiously say, just give it away all for free. Because because what's the difference then? It's going somewhere. If you believe in the value for value model, I love when people get on a plane and they come to Paisley Park and they take a tour and they see the Honer Mad Cat and they see the sound stage and they see the studios and the kitchen and they see where Prince lived and breathed and got creative. I think there's something beautiful about that, because they are supporting something having continuance and furthering and having a continuance of of the next generation of fans to experience that. So they are getting on planes. They are putting their lives at risk to fly somewhere, to get a hotel somewhere, to rent a car, to drive out to Paisley isn't close to Minneapolis. It's 25 or 30 minutes away. So you have to work to get there. And there's not a ton around when you do get there. So I admire when people come out and really want to see the place and really get engrossed and immersed in what Prince stood for as an artist. I think he was just full of artistry, and he got I mean, the money perverts everything, man. It really does. And now in his absence, I don't think he's the benefactor. So I think the whole system is sort of going to be skewed one way or another. And honestly, candidly, I should say, I don't care what people think of that, and I don't mind what people say or think either way, whether they're for or against. My opinion is my own. It's as valid as everyone else's, and everyone else's we're all as valid. And anything that would seem seemingly bitter or maybe a holdover from the past is not. It's what it is wanting equity, wanting fairness and equity in artistry. And artists don't get paid enough. I've seen it over and over on one-off gigs, on tours, when people are true artists and there's musicians and their support staff, they don't get paid enough. They never have. And I mean, people just deserve to be compensated fairly. So in that sense, yes, people should charge what's appropriate for what's being released. But that person isn't here any longer.
Right.
And on a day that all of us are celebrating this incredible creative and artistic spirit,
right.
We also, it's hard to do that and separate celebrating the principles for which that artist stood, which was equity and fairness in artistic integrity.
Right. Let me go back to people trying to share their memories. Of course, it went away again. Sorry, my man. Just seeing if this triggers other memories, just like the NBA thing with Michael Jordan. Boy, give me a moment here. Sorry, it's like when we go too far away from it from too long, it's like it doesn't bring up for me again. I did read a lot, and there's so many because I haven't even hit Twitter or Instagram yet. And I want to make sure I'm not repeating. It's funny because there are some people in this room that contributed to it, so I appreciate that as well. In the rabbit hole. 1986, my brother took me to see Prince perform at First Avenue at one point shirtless. What's funny is that's the Paul Peterson show where he's like, do you take, what do you give? At one point, shirtless Prince left the stage and walked between my brother and me. My brother patted Prince on the back, then wiped his hand on my cheek and said, here, have some Prince sweat. Oh, Lord. Not black sweat, Prince sweat. But there you go. The 1986 First Avenue show is a great one. Definitely one of my favorites. In 1984 at the LA Forum, and we'll do this one. Christopher Earle. He heard the 1999 album first, and he grabbed his boot and humped a speaker on screen during Darling Nikki. My 14-year-old mind was blown. I ain't been the same since. I didn't get to see him live until the Act 2 for the Symbol album. I got the pleasure many, many times after that. I miss knowing he's out there doing what he do. I miss that skinny mofo with the high voice. And then we'll do this one. This is Heidi. It had to have been 1983. I was 8 years old. I had been at a dance recital that afternoon at the Orpheum Theater, downtown Minneapolis. Afterward, my family and I ate dinner just down the street at the Nankin Inside City Center. After dinner, I was standing on the sidewalk in front of the Nankin on Hennepin Avenue with my best friend Maggie waiting for my dad to get our car. I was still in my dance costume and started dancing on the sidewalk. A limousine pulled by. When the back window went down, we heard, "Get down, little mama." Maggie started screaming and crying, "It's Prince, it's Prince." I was so gobsmacked I couldn't move. I have no way to confirm it was him, but I trust Maggie saw who she said she saw. All right. Then they don't elaborate this, Scotty. They go, Laura goes, "The day I met him, September 84, in front of his Kiowa Trail Purple house." They don't give any more details to that story. Then new tour, and then there's someone trying to link to their story, but it's just a lot, my man.
Yeah.
Like he touched them in so many different ways. Oh, it's at First Avenue, by the way, the suburbs, Bobby Z.
Oh, is it really? Oh, they're there. Yeah, Bobby said he and Matt were going to be sitting in with the suburbs on tonight, Friday night
First
here.
Avenue.
And First Ave. Yeah, I didn't know where it was, but man, the suburbs, that's a name that music fans you really have to reach back to remember that, but they're a staple of the 80s rock scene here in the Twin Cities.
Very cool.
That's fun. I hope Bobby and Matt are having fun. Bobby had some questions about what's the tempo of this? What's a perfect tempo of this song? And I was like, I don't know, man. We're trying to work out some things that they were going to work out tonight. It all seems to always work out.
Right. Dude, it's been amazing as usual. I wish that we could have cut it up to do an after show thing, but our views were so high and the conversation was flowing so well. I didn't want to mess it up. So instead of getting 2 shows, they got a long main
I
show.
figure after the break, it got a little spicy, and that's when you separate the wheat from the chaff, and that's when I can really start to twist it a little bit and get people riled up. It's fun to get people riled up. Yeah, spicy. It's the blue show, as they called it in the old days. I'm old enough to remember. It's the blue show. It's the late show. And what it is it's good to know, no matter what. There are a litany of people who either don't. Well, it's hard to not believe, because I always, first of all, I always tell the truth, because the truth is better than fiction anyway. So I tell the truth, and some people don't like it, and some people love it. And I'm okay with either one, because I think as long as people are willing to listen and people are willing to ingest, they're showing passion for whatever they're feeling. I think that's important, and I support that. The same way that when somebody comes up, most of the time in my career now, when people come up after a show, they say, "Oh man, the sound was great. It was so great. Thank you so much." And I go, "I appreciate your comment. Thank you. That's very nice of you." On the rare occasions that people come up and say, "Hey man, I didn't, it was too much bass for me, or I couldn't hear the vocal," I say, "Thank you. I appreciate the comment. Like, where were you sitting? Okay, sorry about that. But I will say thank you to that. You have to be willing, if you're going to accept the positive, you have to, and you know that, Doc, you know that more than me. You're a way more polarizing figure than I am. But when you're willing to accept the good, you have to accept the bad. And I like the fact that people are passionate, and they're still out there, and they're still passionate about Prince, because he was such an incredible, soulful, deep, resourceful, independent artist that was always fighting for something that was greater than just his own benefit. He was fighting for something that was the benefit of all artists in every endeavor. So I think that's worth celebrating, especially on a kind of what could be looked at as a morose day. It's really something that the realization that he is not here, and that he is gone, and he is dead, is still, it's not a surprise to anybody. You don't act surprised at that, but it is a day to be celebratory and celebrate the spirit of somebody who is such a creative, artistic force that he was for a super long time.
I'll say this, like, I wish, because I'm not on the Patreon thing, because I wanted people to have access to this, and pay what they can. And that, I'll be honest, there's times where it's like $2 or $5. During COVID, people are a little bit more generous, but I haven't been on the Patreon gig because I'm trying to get in through stuff. So you have to play this game, and I can't be as controversial as I like to be or do other things, because that's not going to get you in. It'll get you views. That's not what I'm trying to do. So I wish I was kind of on the Patreon trip to get supported. But the main thing is like, you got to pick and choose your battles. And that's what I've been kind of doing. But I wish sometimes I was doing that, but then you're kind of held to a different regard, you know. But I always appreciate support, just like I appreciate your support, whether, you know, for the most part, we usually agree. Sometimes we'll have some differences, but that's good to have. As you said, it's your opinion. So, you know, but what are you doing with the rest of the weekend, and what are your plans for the rest of the year without giving away any secrets?
I leave for Europe with an artist named JJ Lin, a extremely talented artist from Singapore. We got some shows, and we have a show in Paris, a couple in London. I come home, and then I really get busy. I'm booked from now and through November. I'll be with 3 different artists, with JJ Lin, with Wang Li Hong, and with Jolin Tsai. And Jolin's show is incredible. And that will put me in China for all of July, August, and September. So I leave for China July 1st. I don't get back till the end of September. Visas are a little different. I can't come in and out every week. I used to commute every week to China just for shows on Saturday nights. Now they require me to come and stay. So that will be a little bit different. But I'm working almost exclusively in Asia for the next 5-6 months, whatever it is, till the end of the year. And then it'll start all over again.
Appreciate it. Just for those that did donate, because some people don't want shout outs, but Coleman, thank you. Deborah, thank you. Sorry, Dorothy, thank you. That's it. Oh, wait, one more. And Robin, thank you. So appreciate you guys. Scottie, I always appreciate your time, your energy. Like I said, in the future, we got to have a guest on a roundtable with that guest, whether it's Anita or someone else, yourself and Dave Hampton and me.
That'd be great. That'd be a melding of the minds. That'd be great. Yeah, we'll try and get Anita Baker on. She has a lot to say. She loves Prince, and she loves the spirit of his all the things I spoke about.
And I would when I'm saying definitely, because the format I would love in the future, albeit it'll be recorded, is for real a roundtable. And then we have these things, and it's just a little bit more professional than doing it like this or having 4 or 5 people on screen. Those are the things I want to do in the future. Will it happen? We'll see how things play out. But of course, if I get an opportunity for the other thing and I have to abandon this, I'll still be a voice for the fans. But I feel that there's more work for me to be done that can help out on the inside rather on the outside. I'm sure you feel the same way about certain things as well.
Yeah.
All right, Scottie, thank you so much for your time. Anything you
want to say? Doc, I always appreciate it.
Oh, man. You have a good one. Or do you need to refill your wine?
No, I'm all good. I'm on the water now.
Okay.
It's almost bedtime. I'm old. I'm in my 50s. It's almost bedtime.
You got to do what you got to do, my man. I still got some wrestling to watch. All right, my friend. Have a good one.
Okay. See you guys later.
Thank you, Scottie. Thank you guys so much. Like I said, I wanted today to just kind of get your mind off of things. I think that worked. Obviously, I didn't want any super promotion behind this to let you guys know. It was just kind of to do a surprise, how Prince would surprise you guys. That's what I was trying to do. So I appreciate you guys. We'll do this one last time or whatnot. If there's any last questions from myself, you can ask. But, I appreciate you guys. I know I'm not doing the shows as frequently. There's reasons for it. And I know that fans are frustrated. And I don't want that to kind of come through on my shows when I'm trying to come from a place of positivity as much as I can. I don't like to hear myself talk for the sake of hearing myself talk. There's other people that like to do it. I don't care about views. I'd rather have integrity and have you guys trust me. I'm doing all right. Could be doing better. in the sense, like I said, you guys know where I want to go. And I sometimes have put myself into a position of, I wouldn't say self-sacrifice, but trying to fight for what I feel is right. What was it like meeting Prince face to face? It was amazing. Like I said, I saw him several times. We'd be at house parties. There would be a friend of mine where Prince would be asking, like, how are you guys doing tonight? Do you want to drink? And I'd let my friend talk with him and I would just ignore him. But till it came to that actual point, he was super happy to see me, gave me the brother handshake, thanked me for posting some stuff, saying he wouldn't have saw it in other ways. But, you know, those are things that are going on. But thank you guys so much. I'm fighting. It's been a long battle. It's been frustrating. And I can't put everything out there. And it's disheartening, but I'm not going anywhere. We're good. We'll find ways to make it work, right? Thank you, Patricia. Good seeing you guys. Again, continue to celebrate him. Tomorrow is going to be a better day, but continue to keep celebrating him. Continue to expose his music to people around your age group, people that are younger. Don't gatekeep. I can't stress it enough that, yeah, there's going to be some people that may not have seen Prince live before. So what? Have that experience, like you're the fortunate ones or other things like that. Just do it, because it hurts when you're not letting other people in. And as Prince said in closing, you know, and it shows, like, how many of y'all have seen me before? Show of hands. He's like, next time I come to town, someone old brings someone new. Cool. You're bringing someone new to the table and you're continuing the legacy. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for everything. I truly hope this helped you guys. This helped me. Much love. Till next time, keep it funky. Thank you, Prince. Good night, everyone.